Good morning, everybody. I would like to convene the May Bridge and Tunnel Committee meeting. Do we have any speakers today?
Good morning. We have 6 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Murray Bowden. Following will be Yuki Endo, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. I'm motivated to speak today because I am aware of the changes that are being instituted at the entire MTA. An hour from now, it will be historic. You'll have 4 committee meetings at the same time, indicative of the change. Picking up those cars at the various bridges and tunnels were the same. I'd like to be able to see Kathy. Can you guys move back a little bit? Thanks. Kathy, when you were chief engineer in New York Thruway, you taught me a lesson I'll never forget. Consistency is safety. Unfortunately, you're part of a system where you can't speak out because of your job. I've had the experience where somebody did something and helped me, and then it was a problem. You taught me that consistently at every line has to be for safety reasons. And yet, the markings that I've been talking about for years and years and years never got fixed because the people who were in charge of them, the manual uniform traffic control devices, they couldn't change. Today's a historic day, and I recognize it. I won't be here much longer. I'm fighting dementia, and so it's getting harder and harder for me to do what I want to do. But I also learned, talking about it, I got notes here. You stop the toll evaders, that's a change. You got those people to pay up. Now it's time to make consistent lines on a road, which we've discussed forever. I can't do it. It's your people. You watch the way you drive. And whenever a traffic light turns green, nobody moves. Think about what they see, the lines. They have to be consistent. Yellow on the left, white on the right.
Thank you. Please conclude your remarks.
I'll be glad to. I may never be here again, so I don't feel bad about taking an extra couple of seconds.
Don't say that.
Dementia catch up as you were really fast.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yuki Endo, followed by Jason Anthony.
Nandini is a Uganda Corporate Japan representing Passenger United for congestion pricing, Ballpark City, Shuttle, New York City Ferry, New York Waterway, University Shuttle Bus, Hudson Genie, Clearham, Negabus, Bus Jet, New York City Sightseeing Tour Buses, New York City on Location Tour, Express Ride Buses, any commuter buses, interstate or the longer commuter buses, including Asia Genie buses or state school buses, should be exempt from congestion pricing. Also, please discuss announcing the personal, museum, library, school, university workers, including hostel, group homes, daycare, a senior center, hotels, including toilet workers, New York City tour workers. I also like to say a turn signal priority at the Queens Boulevard, Crescent Street entry at Manhattan with 39C. Best for both MTA and the sightseeing buses. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, Jamie, and good morning to the rest of the Bridges and Tunnels Committee. As you guys know, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. As everybody knows, I suffer from mental illness. And we have seen throughout the years people utilizing our bridges to commit acts to jump off our bridges. I was walking, let's say, this past week through the 59th Street Bridge. And it was curious to me that I saw a signage, two signage, by the way. And one of them was that it was illegal to jump off. And next to that sign, it said that you're not alone. And it had a phone number. I wish that in our bridges, it had a similar signage. But at the same time, it caught my attention that a video become viral that someone was atop of a Q44 select bus service along the Whitestone Bridge. Kathy, we need to investigate these incidents because these incidents, although they're not common, but we need to investigate these incidents like this. So we'll speak later.
you.
Have a wonderful summer.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maddie Bucky's Highland, followed by Cameron Best.
Good morning. I'm Matty W. Bucky's Highland. For today, I'm going to speak about congested pricing and its stuff. With the upcoming Atlantic hurricane season coming up, and with Colorado State University saying above average activity, the MTA should consider exempting congested pricing for mandatory evacuation in the event, if God forbid, we had a major disaster, a terrorist attack, or blizzard, for example. But the news could have come at a better news couldn't be worse for New Jersey commuters, as on May 14th at the Senate Budget Appropriations Committee down in Trenton, its chairman in the Senate, Senator Paulie Sarlo, suggested raising New Jersey's sales tax from 6.625% up to 7% to pay for Governor Phil Murphy's $56 billion budget. That couldn't be at a worse time for those who live in New Jersey who commute. Anyway, I hope everyone has a great Memorial Day weekend, and God bless each one of you. Ms. Biscone?
Thank you. The next speaker is Cameron Best, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
As we move forward with congestion pricing, I just want to reiterate the need for clear data with congestion pricing, both good and bad. It's very useful for the MTA to also begin posting that data before the tolling goes into effect, so it's clear if there is a large drop in traffic or if it takes time for that to go into place. The success of the program relies on people knowing that it works, and the only way people will know that it works is if there's clear data. Thank you.
Thank you. The next and final speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And in a few weeks, congestion pricing, let's hope the courts do its thing and block congestion pricing. But if congestion pricing, happens, it's going to be devastating to New York City, to the communities. And the MTA keeps saying we're adding service. Adding 4 additional buses on routes is not going to help the problem. You really need to have discounts for the Long Island Railroad, and you need to have HOV lanes on the LIE. And you need more express bus routes, in the Bronx, in Staten Island, in Queens. I really think Staten Island, Brooklyn, and the Bronx is going to have a lot of people, as well as Queens, using express buses. So the express bus fare needs to be lowered to, $4 or $5 to fill up seats to get people there, because the subway and local bus cannot handle the overflow crowds. And the only other capacity thing is the railroads. But this whole plan was not really looked at properly. I served on the Environmental Justice Committee for congestion pricing, and we were asking the MT, basic questions. There's no additional funding either for Nassau and County Express or Beeline Bus. What happens to those transit agencies? So we are not supporting congestion pricing at Passengers United because we don't trust the MT. They can't even implement it properly. And so we already know it's going to be not good for our seniors and not good with people with limited mobilities. And then the other thing is what happens in the boundary areas, like Brooklyn, right before you go on the bridge. A lot of people are going to be parking their cars there and getting on the train. That's going to mess the environmental justice for those communities, especially, the Upper East Side, the Bronx, Cross Bronx Expressway. So I really think the MT needs to put this on hold. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. Well, we don't have a quorum, so we'll have to wait till the May meeting, the next meeting, to confirm the approval of the minutes. But we can move forward. President Sheraton, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Mack. There are no changes to the work plan.
Okay. Oh, here we.
So I'll just start off with my remarks. Good morning. B&T's 2023 year-end operating budget results are included in this month's board materials as an informational item starting on page 46. Also included as an information item is a proposal which reduces the administrative toll violation fee imposed at major facilities from $100 to $50 and establishes a $50 administrative toll violation fee for the congestion relief zone. Details are found in the staff summary on page 64 of the book. Last week, I was honored to join B&T employees and our union representatives to mark the national observance of Police Week and Peace Officers Memorial Day. We gathered at the Verrazano Narrows Bridge to remember fallen officers and honor current members of service. It was a moving tribute and a fitting expression of gratitude to the men and women of our law enforcement ranks. As our enforcement against toll evaders continues to garner positive news media coverage, with a note of thanks also to our MTA press office for their support, I'm pleased to report increased frequency of our multi-agency enforcement task force. In fact, there's an operation underway this morning at the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Once again, I congratulate our team for their work, and for this month's committee focus, our operations leadership will give a more detailed view into enforcement means and methods. I'd like to introduce Deputy Chief and Acting Assistant Vice President of Central Operations, Romel Lee, who will start.
Thank you, President Sheridan. Good morning, everyone. MTA Bridges and Tunnels Operations Department has significant experience with enforcement efforts to ensure the protection of revenue. Operations uses technology such as license plate readers, or LPRs, to perform the critical function of recovering toll revenue. These LPRs are installed on our tolling gantries, our patrol vehicles, and most recently, on portable trailers that are strategically deployed for enforcement efforts. The LPRs are used in 3 ways: during routine patrols for targeted operations based on travel patterns and for joint enforcement efforts. Another important tool is the ability to submit the license plates of persistent toll violators, or PTVs, to the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles for registration suspension. Since April 2016, the DMV registration suspension has become the most important tool in our toolbox. While the majority of our customers pay their tolls, we acknowledge that a percentage of motorists employ various tactics to try to evade toll payment, such as covering or obstructing their license plates or using counterfeit plates. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we noticed an increase in this behavior and responded with a crackdown on such practices. Now we conduct this enforcement on a daily basis in our own targeted operations alongside our regional partners. We are also exploring new technologies to further these efforts. To speak more on multi-agency initiatives, I'll turn it over to Paul Oggio, Assistant Chief and Acting Vice President of Revenue Recovery and Protection.
Thank you, Chief Lee, and good morning, all. What began as an MTA Bridges and Tunnels initiative has since expanded through collaboration with our regional law enforcement partners into what is now a multi-agency task force that shares a common mission to target vehicle and license plate-related criminality. The task force is led by NYPD, and it includes MTA Bridges and Tunnels, New York State Police, MTA Police, New York City Sheriff, Port Authority Police, New York State Department of Motor Vehicles, and we recently welcomed the New York City Taxi and Limousine Commission Police and the United States Park Police. Enforcement initiatives are driven by criminal intelligence and data related to persistent toll violator travel patterns as provided by our Internal Security Department. In addition, our tolling group has identified a subset of vehicles that are classified as unbillable. These vehicles have been flagged for improper and counterfeit plates and covered, obstructed, or altered plates, also known as ghost cars. This intelligence is shared amongst our task force partners as part of our patrol strategy during targeted enforcement operations. Vehicle information is loaded into the LPR system, which alerts the interdicting officer to a persistent toll violator. Once a vehicle is pulled over, the field details are relayed to our Internal Security Department and our tolling group to determine potential billing information. The task force began conducting monthly enforcement operations, and best practices are being frequently shared. Operations have since expanded to twice weekly at multiple locations, and we will continue this momentum. As President Sheridan referenced earlier, media coverage of the Joint Task Force serves to raise public education and is in line with the MTA's Blue Ribbon Panel recommendations. All right, so this slide represents the collective efforts of all our enforcement partners. Since March 11th, we've conducted 13 operations, with the 14th underway as we speak. The first 12 operations have resulted in 171 arrests, identifying over $5.5 million owed, over 5,000 summonses have been issued, and 734 vehicles have been towed. The practice of obstructing license plates or using counterfeit plates is often not limited to toll evasion. Frequently, these offenders are engaged in serious crimes. For example, during a targeted enforcement operation at the RFK Bridge on May 1st, officers received an alert for a specific vehicle crossing the facility. Upon the vehicle stop and roadside investigation, it was determined that the motorist driver's license had been suspended 6 times. We confirmed that the driver was also using the plates to conceal the vehicle's identity because he had an active warrant for criminal contempt. During another stop, a motorist was charged with assaulting another one of our officers and was found to have a prior assault case pending. As you've heard our chair state before, once again, our court system released this defendant without bail. Thank you, and this concludes our presentation.
I got to commend President Sheridan and yours, both of you. It's about time. We still have a problem with the blackened windows. We're looking for a problem, God forbid, that could happen. You don't know who's in the car, what they're transporting. We had a unit, it went by the side. We should reinitiate that. And we don't need a task force. You have men and women that are on the sides, sitting. I go through the tunnels, the bridges very often. I'm all over the city, from state to state, Long Island. All I can say is your men and women have to do their job and look for these terrible incidents that hopefully will never happen, but they could. It's just waiting, especially with what's going on with the disorder in the city and everywhere. The other factor is that your men and women, aside from the task force, are not on a daily basis looking for those plates that are painted, covered, or darkened with a film. So I urge you to tell the men and women, for the good of New York, keep an eye out, okay? Because it's the old story. When your mom said, don't touch the stove, you get burnt. You touched it, you got burnt. You didn't do it again. These things just create a rate of lawlessness and higher disobedience. But I came through the tunnel today. They were doing their job, everyone. But it's time for our men and women to do their job. Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
748 cars that were towed. What happens to them?
Sorry. Those cars towed or a combination went to authorized tow in accordance with our process, and if anyone was associated to an arrest, those vehicles were vouched with an NYPD precinct.
Are there any other questions? I would like to report that we have increased enforcement efforts at our facilities outside of the task force, and we can certainly provide statistics on that in a future meeting.
I just saw the statistics. Keep up the good work, but we still got to be very, very vigilant regarding the darkened windows and what I just went into with the plates. Again, disregard for law enforcement only brings the next step of a higher crime. Thank you. That's only 60 years or 70 years of being in law enforcement.
Great. Thank you, Ramel and Paul. Finally, there are no procurements this month, and this concludes B&T's report if there are no additional questions. Commissioner Albert.
Yes, so I look at the safety results every month, and once again, the Verrazano Bridge has far and ahead more collisions than any other facility. Is that because more vehicles are using it, or because there's something inherently wrong with the way the traffic is maintained or routed or something? It's way higher than all the other crossings.
Pashko, maybe you can address that?
Yeah, thank you. And that's been a real issue for us, and we've been working with the regional partners to try to alleviate some of the problems as they come from the bridge into the Belt Parkway. That's been an ongoing issue, and we're working on it with our regional partners.
So it's not my imagination.
No, it's not.
Thank you.
Hi. Before we adjourn, good morning. How are you, Martha? Everything good? Okay. Thank you. Well, we have a quorum, and we might as well vote on the minutes. Do we have a motion? Motion. Second? Great. Any questions about the minutes? All in favor? Aye? Okay, thank you. And again, thank you, President Sharon. That's it. Adjourn.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the time, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineers for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility. But at the end of the day, when I go home, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. We have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers, to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. It makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up,
or even better, sunset. To see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit, and knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper, cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. Seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. That little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well, and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're going to use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the times, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they got to go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people
Okay. Calling to order the joint meeting of the Capital Program, New York City Transit, Long Island Railroad, Metro North committees. Today's meeting is convened as a committee of the whole, comprising the committee members assigned to each of the different committees I mentioned to discuss the capital project on Omni and to coordinate board actions that are relevant to this work. So with that, let's hear from the members of the public.
Good morning. We have 19 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Kara Girl, followed by David Kupferberg.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. For the last few months, PCAC has been working to make affordable, creative, and common sense fare discounts a reality around the MTA region. From City Ticket Weekly with transfers to subways and buses, to extending the senior and disability discount to the morning peak, to expanding fair fares both through raising eligibility to 200% of the federal poverty level and applying it to the commuter railroads within New York City, we know that making transit more affordable is a crucial way to expand equity and improve transit. That's also why, last October, we released our latest report called Integrate, Simplify, and Omnivate, a vision for using the technological advances that come with Omni to make fare policy work for every rider on every system, from Montauk to Grand Central to Wassaic. As Omni continues to gain ground on subways and buses, we see enormous potential for similar technology to be employed on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North, so riders around the entire region can benefit from creative, multimodal fare options. Call it Omni, call it whatever you please, just answer the call. You've heard us talk about City Ticket with transfers to subways and buses month after month and year after year. PCAC has been on this hill since 2004. Omni paired with mobile ticketing provides a golden opportunity to give riders discounts and transfers across modes, encouraging people to ride more and showing that the MTA truly is one unified transit network. The name One Metro New York says it all, but regardless of the name, someday, riders should be able to take the railroad to the subway, and even to a city bike, the ferry, path, Beeline, or Nice bus, if they choose, with fare discounts and options that incentivize to use transit without thinking twice. A more integrated, flexible, and affordable transit system is within reach, allowing more people to get on board. We're thrilled to hear more about the MTA's progress at today's meeting and look forward to the day that One Metro New York is fully realized. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Yuki Endo.
David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. The Queens Bus Network redesign, the proposed final plan, the Q111 is proposed to absorb the Q21 by serving Western Lindenwood, then doing a round robin via Old Howard Beach and Hamilton Beach. Howard Beach service would be maintained by leaving the Q41 untouched, except in Ozone Park. But service in Eastern Lindenwood is proposed to be eliminated. Locally elected officials wish for the Q11 to be split into 2 branches, one via Eastern Lindenwood, the current path, and the other via Western Lindenwood, the MTA's proposed path. This is wishful thinking, as the Q11 would serve less of both sides of the neighborhood. I think the Q11 from the new draft plan should be resurrected and called the Q81, with 3-legged transfers to Q11 riders. My new Q81 should do the round robin in Howard Beach and Old Howard Beach. The purpose of the Q23's current route path in Corona is to connect with the 7 train. This, however, had the historical misintent of the creation of a service gap along 108th Street. The MTA's proposed Q14 would mitigate some of the negative impacts. Though the MTA is proposing to operate the Q23 overnight, service would be truncated to the 103rd Street Corona Plaza station. The truncation of the Q23 does not have community support. The Q23 should continue to serve East Elmhurst, but be streamlined via 108th Street, and serve the 111th Street station. The current Q48 is proposed to be replaced with an extended Q50, but not serve LaGuardia Airport's Terminal A, nor Vaughan College of Aeronautics. It should. I think that Q58 should be rerouted via 108th Street and Roosevelt Avenue instead of serving the Horace Harding Expressway. This change would facilitate the creation of the Q98, which has overwhelming community support. coupled with maintaining the Q23 in East Elmhurst. The current Q48 could then be eliminated.
Please conclude your remarks.
Reduce duplication.
Thank you.
Outside, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Yuki Endo, followed by Michael Cohen.
Is Uganda personally United Kobe Japan for a congregation passing the attack no riders or NT buses should agree with the backlog, including the $7 express buses, because the Houston Link coach buses for the Local County's Tapanje Express has the 3 backlog. Q102 bus should be kept and nickel or airport area buses free. I am also asking MTA to expand implement only leaders on the night bus and watch secondary B line buses soon as possible, because only cars are already sold in the secondary stores. Once the network car is gone, please don't delay the replacing of the network car vending machine at the current station center. Work is nice bus instead of back on their buses. I would like to MTA to take back the secondary buses, take over City or Long Beach, Suffolk County, Tonde, which is secondary B line, Hudson Link, and the transport of the local buses for the long and the national shuttle buses should run by the MTA because the charter buses do not have an MTA communication. I also support long and the national discount program. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Cohen, followed by Bruce Hain.
Cohen, I would like to speak about the necessity of doing the studies for Phase 3 of the 2nd Avenue subway. It would benefit my travel on the system by a lot, and I feel like the 6 train is overcrowded and the buses, they need to be really improved on 2nd Avenue and 1st Avenue. But I feel that, like, if we can get this, I feel like that it's necessary really to have Phase 3 going, because it will bring a lot of benefits to the area, and I hope that, I know that the second phase of the 2nd Avenue subway almost didn't get funding, so I think that it's important the 3rd phase gets the necessary funding and we really get the work going, and then the real work really gets going on improving transit on 2nd Avenue, so that I can have a faster trip, and that everyone, and I think everyone will benefit when the service is more reliable on the buses as well as expanded service on the trains. And currently, when I take the bus on 2nd Avenue, if I take it from 68th Street to below 59th, there's a point where the bus service gets really backed up, and there's a lot of people trying to get on the Queensboro Bridge, and it takes a very long time for the bus to get around the traffic, and so I think that's unacceptable. I don't think that's acceptable to have to wait a very long time to go from 58th Street to 69th Street, from 68th Street to 59th Street. It could take like 5, 6, it could take like 8 or 9 minutes to go from those stops to another at rush hour.
Our next speaker will be Bruce Hain, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning, Joint Railroad and Capital Program and whoever else may be concerned, and good morning, Chair. I try and make clear what I didn't last month. It was unintelligible. For some reason, I said that rust had been on the Sutphin Boulevard facing side of the iconic Jamaica Station for 1 year, but it's been there for like 5 years. It's noticeable rust there if you walk down on Sutphin Boulevard from the courts. And it's because of the standing water. You got 2 inches of water with not much rain. You end up with 2 inches of water on that cantilevered thing. It's going to become structurally unsound if you leave it that way. And I don't know, what is it about doing things like that? Why does this kind of stuff happen? Because that's what's happening to the Long Island Railroad. You must have 6 tracks between Jamaica and Floral Park. And you've already boxed it in. You boxed it in with a platform F. You boxed it in with a station. Okay, you want something that's current? Hollis. I have no way of knowing, of course, because you don't reveal your plans ahead of time, but you're going to box it in with Hollis, no doubt. And Hollis should be combined with the Hillside Facility Station, obviously. Because, it's too many stations there. You got 5 stations in 5 miles. So I don't know what you're going to do about making it 6 tracks, but that is your job. That is your job. And if you fail, future generations have to
Please
put up with it.
conclude your remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Chris Greif.
Good morning. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. Our members are outraged because Omni is being taken away from the Metro North and the Long Island Railroad. So now we won't be able to have a city ticket weekly with Omni. And that was the whole plan of Omni, to integrate Nice Bus, Beeline Bus, New York City Transit, LARR, and Metro North, Staten Island Railway, and put everything under one umbrella, including PATH. Really. So, the contracts are running late. Everything is running late. That's why the MT decided to pull out of Omni for the railroads. So what does this tell us now? You guys are implementing congestion pricing, and now you're taking Omni away from the railroads and Metro North. Does this make any sense? No, it doesn't. But again, MTA, money thrown away. That's, and this is what's going to happen with congestion pricing when the monies come in. There's no accountability at this agency. I think the biggest mistake that the MT made and the governor made was letting Andy Byford leave this agency. This was Andy Byford's vision, to have one system, and when the gentleman that created the Omni program retired and left, that was a mistake. There was a leadership void in this agency that was not filled. And so now what we're seeing the problems with that. And so you need Omni. And the thing with the mobile app, not everyone wants to use their mobile app. You have a lot of people working below the poverty line who just want everything prepaid on a prepaid card. So I feel that city residents are going to suffer because of this. Long Island people are going to suffer. And how come Omni has not even been installed on Nice Bus or Beeline Bus yet? Erica told me they've been waiting for such a long time at Nice Bus. Come on, y'all got to get Nice Bus Omni installed right away. So thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Chris Greif, followed by Kathleen Collins.
Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif. As an advocate for people with disabilities and a tester of Omni, I am very pleased that we are testing it carefully, safely, to make sure that we can get on the trains and the buses. So let's make sure I know it's in the MTA books in the future what we're adding in, but we can't go fast. We have to be careful what we use. Also because it's going to be on the railroad soon, and sooner or later it's going to be linking with other technology, which we have to be careful because in other states they like to rush in and they crashed. It's not going to work that way. We have to think safely and smart and not jump to conclusion. As a person with a disability and as an advocate for 30 years, I want to thank all our law enforcement because for the last couple of days I have seen them making sure not just fare invasion, but if you see someone's not feeling well, they responded. So I want to thank the MTA police and the NYPD, especially the MTA workers, because they are really helping people with disabilities and seniors and our veterans. Just today, somebody actually was not feeling well, and they said something, and the conductor immediately got called in for EMS and the NYPD. And I want to thank them because a lot of this, we work hard. You know, this is, as one of our people said, this is the new MTA. We cannot go backwards. We have to go forwards to continue the advocacy, what we have to do today and every month we have to do. Congestion pricing is there for a reason, because we need to have to set up more accessible stations, buses, technology, and making sure the funding is there. So I'm reminding every advocate, every person, check your facts, let's get the information, and stop jumping in conclusion. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathleen Collins, followed by Cassie Rafucci.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. And thank you for my safe ride today on an on-demand Uber ride today, where I had 4 fastenings put down and an actual seat belt. I was truly thrilled. And the gentleman was so nice, I think his name was Mustavo. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Mr. Mustavo. But I also want to thank you for settling our case on accessibility, the global settlement case. However, I know, I'm sorry I have to have a however here, but we still have the other case outstanding, the elevator maintenance case. And what's the point of building elevators and making stations truly accessible if the elevator is out of order and is not working? It's a waste of tax dollars. I'm a taxpayer. Yes, I paid a lot of taxes in my lifetime. And I need an accessible operating elevator. And we need you to settle that case. It's better for us to get together, both sides, and come to an agreement than to leave it in the hands of a third party, a judge. So I ask you, and I plead and implore you, to please think about settling that case today. It's important. It's a waste of money, spending on lawyers, going back and forth to court and paper, and it's time to settle that case. This is the perfect time. So please, talk to each other and get to your attorneys, and let's settle that case so that we will have truly an accessible subway system. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cassie Rafucci, followed by Murray Bowden.
Good morning, Chairwoman Mahaltis, President Davey, Chairman Lieber, and Transit and Bus Committee members. My name is Cassie Rafucci, and I'm a member of Passengers United. I would like to address a situation on Accessori which took place on Tuesday, May 7th. There was an individual, a female individual, who had a 112 pickup from the city to go back to Staten Island, to her home on Staten Island. And the Accessori vehicle never showed up. After the individual had called up dispatch, they didn't send a vehicle to take the individual home. They had to send an accessible taxi, which the individual had to pay out-of-pocket expenses of $130 to go home. I feel this was extremely, totally unacceptable that the individual had to pay out-of-pocket expenses of $130 just to go back home to Staten Island. And I feel that was extremely unreliable out of Accessori. They should have sent an Accessori vehicle accessible for a wheelchair user to go home instead of a taxi, which had to come out of the individual's pocket of $130 to pay to go back home to Staten Island. And I also feel this individual should be reimbursed. And also, to conclude my remarks, which I have 30 seconds left, our Passengers United members and our president and vice president do not agree on congestion pricing. And once congestion pricing begins on June 30th, it's going to be a disaster. So us at Passengers United, we do not agree on congestion pricing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Murray Bowden, followed by Michael Ring.
This may be one of the most important MTA meetings I've ever attended in my many years coming here. There are 4 committees here. You've broken down the silos between them. This is the first time you've all sat and heard the same information that you needed to know to make the MTA work better. Jano, you've shown leadership and change. What was there in the past worked in the past. But you've instituted processes. Sometimes they don't work the first time around. They need refining. We know that. You can't get everything right the first time. But you built an organization here that's looking to the future. And you should all be aware of the fact how historic this meeting is. Those silos of information that you knew in your department, but it was not known to another department. That's the most important thing I have to say here today. I had a whole script about a lot of other things. But leadership is going forward in ways that haven't been on there before. Yeah, there are problems. They'll get solved. But you have to go in new directions. This is not 10 years ago. This is not 100 years ago. This is today. I speak about facing dementia as it impacts my life. And I found that talking about it with other people, because I get feedback, others facing the same thing. If you have a problem, you have to talk truthfully about it. Thank everybody at the MTA who's taught me over the years.
Our next speaker will be Michael Ring, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning. I'm Michael Ring. If anyone needs a verbal description of my appearance, I'm just a 60-year-old white guy. I'm wearing a green hat that says Disabled in Action, the organization I'm representing today. The first time I came to one of these meetings, I came to complain about something because I worked my way up to the top of customer service about an obsolete regulation regarding accessoride and Metro cards. And after I got up here, I sat down, and people who are in this room right now followed me to my seat and asked me to explain it a little more. And in that conversation, it took about a year, and that policy was changed. And since then, I've been invited to meetings as to explain my user experience with accessoride, and as a disabled New Yorker who rides the subway. I meet in this room with people in this room. When I meet here, sometimes you guys serve me coffee. Today, I'm not allowed to bring a cup of coffee in here. It's a little awkward. But right now, there's something we're not allowed to talk about, and that's the elevator maintenance case. Because I'm a litigant in the elevator maintenance case, and you guys are defendants. And I went to court last week, and it is so frustrating to have to go to court because someone who may or may not understand what the subway's about is going to make decisions on our behalf, the big our. And if we were to get together, if we settle the case by meaning we can all talk, we can talk about making things better, figuring out how to make what to do when an elevator breaks, how to alert people, how to fix them quicker. We can settle it. Settling the case means more than, it's just not a word. It means making things better. In court, things aren't getting better. It's just formal, and everyone's lawyer is making a lot of money. So we need to settle the case. It can be done. We can talk to each other. We can figure out how to make elevator maintenance less of an issue for people who need elevators to get around, and then they can start paying taxes and going to work. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Alita Dupree, followed by Cameron Best.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Jano, Lieber, and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Thank you for the leave to speak. Good talk about railroad today. I really enjoyed my time in New York last month, and I hope to be back soon. Flight for me averages between about 6 and 7.5 hours. Not an easy thing to do. I did read about and see a video about Grand Central Train Shed. That's absolutely essential. That famous building is not just an architectural landmark, but its primary purpose is to serve the people with the trains. So we want to make sure that we keep up with the things that are often not seen. So that's very important to me, and I have some Metro North for you because that's very important. I look forward to the Omni updates, and I know that whenever you develop a fair payment system, it's a very complicated process with a lot of players. And I remember when I was able to get my reduced fare, and it works. So I look forward to the progress we're going to hear about today. And that's why meetings are so important, because we can hear the words of those who are directly involved. So I'm not going to cast any judgments here, but instead listen to what you have to say. And I think we're going to make this work. But most of all, rail gets me to all kinds of places, discover new things. I believe very strongly in the words of Jerry Rafferty, that this background I have is another way to get right down the line. And so I appreciate the work you're doing. It's not easy, but we're going to get it done, and it's going to get done right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cameron Best, followed by Jason Anthony.
Today, we will be given an update on the Omni system, including that Cubic is no longer fulfilling the Omni contract on the railroads. Initially, we weren't given a full description of what Omni implementation on the railroads meant. Many transit advocates hoped that we would be able to get a tap-on, tap-off system. A full tap-on, tap-off system would have been a big change from the current ticketing system, but if that's what the MTA was pursuing, I think it would have been worth the wait, even if it took until 2027. A single payment system is far easier to understand for customers and could lead to greater efficiencies and operations in the long term. It would also lead to a truly integrated fare system. Don't forget what Omni stands for: one Metro New York, not 5 Metros New York. Integrated fare systems are common in the rest of the world, even in the rest of the country, with SEPTA and Caltrain, among others. And many of these agencies are still able to coordinate complicated fares among different organizations. MTA execs consistently talk about how we shouldn't compare current C&D projects to those started under the Pataki administration. Well, this is a current project that's been started quite recently and could have provided great benefits, but also requires careful coordination between C&D, New York City Transit, and the railroads. If Omni isn't fully integrated into the railroads, I think it's safe to say that the coordination part of this project between agencies was a failure. If you can work together to combine all these 4 agencies into a committee meeting, surely you can work together to provide a new payment system that would greatly benefit riders. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jano, Jamie, and the rest of the big gang. Jason Anthony here from the Long Island Railroad ADA Task Force. May is the month of Mental Health Awareness Month. As I am a household name here at 2 Broadway, I suffer from mental illness. Full disclosure here. And this past week, I was walking along the 59th Street Bridge. 2 signs caught my attention. One of them, it was about suicide. And I take that very seriously. I hope that everybody here at the MTA takes mental illness very seriously, because I do surely. Let's talk about one Metro New York. I know there has been several changes about one Metro New York. I know that not so nice, like I like to call it, hasn't implemented Omni, and psychopath, like I like to call PATH, doesn't want to implement Omni for several reasons. I've been to Orlando where they implement tap on and tap off, and their fare rates are so low. Let's implement tap on and tap off, because their fare rates are so low. If we implement tap on and tap off, our favorite rate will go so low, and we will see the results. I'll see you guys later.
Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Iman Rurari Doster.
Good morning, Andy Pollock, Passengers United. Let's talk about Omni. I am extremely disappointed that One Metro New York, the tap and go payment system, is not going to be implemented on Nice Bus or the Westchester County B-Line buses until 2025. I don't know why it is taking so long to implement it. Now this is going to delay a lot of people in Nassau County and Westchester trying to get their reduced fare Omni cards. And as far as the commuter rails, I don't know why you guys are proposing to eliminate that as an option for Long Island Railroad and Metro North, but there needs to be a tap and go for the commuter rail lines. Now moving on to New York City Transit. So it's been a very chaotic month with New York City Transit. We've been seeing now a new trend of bus surfing. Yes, people are now riding on top of buses now, which that's a new low that I kind of expected would happen given that subway surfing would lead to bus surfing. And then this month alone, stabbings in the subway system are dramatically up. So we need to figure out a way to get these knives out of the subway system because it is getting dangerous once again to ride the subway system. And especially how this particular week with Memorial Day coming up, we're going to start to see subway ridership increase beginning on Wednesday. Yes, people actually get a head start traveling on Wednesdays now. And I've been noticing it every time I leave work at Oslam Hall. The traffic gets worse on Wednesdays. And it's delaying the Q12 and the Q13 buses. So that's all I'm going to say because I see my time is about to conclude. Thank you for letting me speak.
Our next speaker is Iman Rurari Doster, followed by Robert Weeks.
Hi, good morning. My name is Iman Ramawi Doster. I'm with the Disability Justice Program of New York Lawyers for the Public Interest, which is a member of ARG, the Access Ride Reform Group. Regarding any new changes to the on-demand service, I hope they are implemented in a very equitable way. Equality doesn't always work, but striving for equity for marginalized communities can create a fairer playing field for everyone. Making on-demand less worthy for us will ultimately kill the program. Why not have the option of rolling over unused rides into the next month? Even if I have one ride left, I'd still like to use it. Why toss it out? Better yet, stop rationing. Give everyone access to on-demand all the time. Don't you think we have important appointments? Provide unlimited on-demand service as you did with phase one, but this time establish better data collection. Do an actual scientific research. We are entitled to the same things other riders are entitled to, and I definitely don't see their rides being rationed. You say take traditional access ride, but those rides are inconsistent. Many drivers don't even know where they are going, which happened to me the other day. And some have acted inappropriately with customers as well, which happens to me often. But most importantly, traditional access ride with its early or late pickups, its early or late drop-off, its incredibly lengthy rides, crisscrossing all the boroughs, it's unreliable. So why not give people a safer and faster option? I appreciate everyone at the MTA and Access Ride, and I appreciate that you regularly meet with us. I appreciate that you have heard us, and that I appreciate that you have heard our requests for less rationing and are offering an increased dollar allotment per ride from $55 to $60. But that is simply not enough. On-demand must be available to everyone without rationing. And, I just turned 40 a few weeks ago, and I'm really and truly sick and tired of begging for the bare minimum. Please give us better options. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Robert Weeks, followed by Kalia Hayslett.
Hello everyone, my name is Robert Weeks, and I want to tell you today that again I'm pounding on this nail for a long time and it's not going in. Please, the blind people are asking what's going on with the B&D train who is not responding to us with no announcement in the West 4th Street station. For example, On the 2 and 3 trains, the 3rd and 4th Street, they will tell us there's a number 2 train going to Flatbush Avenue. But on West 4th Street, there's no announcement which is the D and which is the B. They don't send no announcement in the station. The trains makes no announcement when the door open. But 100% to the B, to the F and M, they tell us everything. Blind people getting lost by going on the wrong train, and the conductors do not know where they are neither because they make no announcement. Is anything doing about this? I'm making this announcement plenty times. And one more announcement before I go. Can anybody give me an update what's going on the downtown 1 stair, 7th Avenue, 23rd Street on the northwest corner? There's a lot of people live in Sellers Manor who is blind, getting blocked by that closing staircase. We need an update. What's going on? How long that's going to fix? Please give us an update. Thank you very much.
Our final speaker will be Kalia Hazlett.
Short, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Kalia Hazlett. As you all know, as Miss Wheelchair New York. As I stand here today, I want all New Yorkers within the sound of my voice to know that the MTA has committed to congestion pricing to improving accessibility. I want you to know that even if you can't see the work that we are doing, that they're doing, improvement takes time. Use the MTA app for your suggestions and your complaints. It is so important that you all know that the MTA wants all types of disabilities to be able to use the MTA. Whether I'm in my wheelchair or standing on my crutches, we should all have the same access. Change doesn't happen overnight, but put in your comments and your suggestions and complaints so your voice can be heard. And as advocates, we are out and about when you all can't be. With love, MTA, we are holding you accountable. I've been using this system since I was 11 years old. Of course, I'm only 25, right? And the improvements have been vast. Let's keep going. And again, with love, MTA, Mr. Jano, Mr. Richard, Mr. Demetrius, Q, we're holding you accountable. We're looking forward to working with you. And all the advocates that can't see and hear us, we are out here working for you. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment session for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to today's speakers, all of them. We have convened this joint meeting to discuss fair payment at the MTA, but we always hear during the Transit Committee meeting from the NYPD, and Chief Kemper is here, and I know that he has some schedule constraints, so I'd like to ask him to make his presentation. First off, Chief Kemper.
Thank you, and good morning, and thank you, Chair Lieber. Good morning, Chair Lieber, Chair Mihaltas, President Davey, and all members of the board. You have before you the crime figures for the month of April. As you see, overall crime was down 23% for the month, with 134 index crimes recorded versus 174 for the same time last year. This translates to 40 less victims of major crime in the subway system in April. This reduction was driven mainly by a 50% drop in robberies, 21 versus 42, and a 36% drop in felony assaults, 28 versus 44. When looking at the year through the end of April, this 23% reduction carries on the momentum of the 23.5% reduction we saw in the month of March and the 15.4% reduction we saw in the month of February. Additionally, and although we are still in the month of May, I'd like to make mention that the downward trend in crime is continuing this month, where overall crime for the first 19 days of May is down 11%. And finally, as of today, it should be noted that overall crime in the New York City subway system is down over 6% this year when compared to last year. It's a lot of percentages and a lot of numbers, but what it all boils down to is this: a very encouraging and steep drop in subway crime over the past 3 months. And I can share with you these numbers today because, in large part, of the work of the men and women of the NYPD, especially those from the Transit Bureau. Transit cops are a different breed. More often than not, they don't have the luxury of a police car to stow their gear or take a load off. They carry everything they need, from equipment to protect our riders and themselves, life-saving tools, communications gear, and summonses and other paperwork. And we ask our officers to patrol on foot for upward of 12 hours in a very dynamic subway environment. I'll be the first to say just how physically and mentally taxing it is. But there they are, always showing up and working hard and confronting lawlessness head-on, and doing so at near historic levels. To that, I'd like to highlight the number of guns, firearms removed from people and people arrested so far this year by New York City cops in the subway system. Gun arrests are up a dramatic 76.5% this year versus last year, with 30 arrests already this year. I brought some photos, if we can. What you see before you are just some examples of the guns removed just this year in this subway system, connected to the arrests and apprehensions I just spoke of. So if we could see the pictures going around. And as those pictures are being shown, I'd like to say we look at every gun arrest as holding so much value and increasing public safety for all our riders. And I thank the men and women in the NYPD who are behind these arrests. I also like to say, who knows what the intent is behind these people bringing loaded guns into our subway system. But I'd like to say the good news is, with every arrest, we'll never know, which is a good thing. So much credit goes entirely to them, the men and women of the NYPD, riding the rails, patrolling the platforms, and standing tall at the turnstiles. And they are there because of the continued investments from both City Hall and Albany into the safety of the subway system. I'm pleased to report that in the most recent NYPD graduating class that just graduated a couple of weeks ago, we welcomed over 220 new police officers into the Transit Bureau. From a graduating class of just under 600 officers, that is a true investment, and the message from Mayor Adams and Police Commissioner Caban is clear. The safety of our subway system remains a top priority for this administration. This concludes my remarks, and I welcome any questions or comments that anyone may have. Thank you.
I would just like to add, we always look at the assault numbers, and the Chief underplayed it, but there was yet another great week that's just been concluded, if I'm correct, Chief?
Yeah, so, Chair, you're correct. We ended just this week 24.5% down in crime. Felony assaults down for the week, just under 60%, 58.3% to be exact. Again, robberies down 33%. If you look at the last 4 weeks also, felony assaults in the subway system are down a little over 40%. And again, robberies down just under 14% at 13.9%. So a lot of work being done, a lot of investments. And again, as I sit here right now, I couldn't be more proud of the men and women of the NYPD. With that said, which I always say, Chair, one crime is one crime too many. We are not waving the flag of victory. We are committed.
So the point I wanted to make is that the felony assault numbers are felony assaults that the NYPD recommends to the DAs. And in many cases, I always say I'm not a criminal justice expert, but one of the things that concerns us is when felony assaults are knocked down to misdemeanors, which are in large part not being prosecuted in today's criminal justice system in the city of New York, at least in many of the counties. So we have taken advantage of the governor convening the NYPD and the state and the city and also the DAs, we were going to continue pressing for every time that the NYPD or the MTA PD recommends a felony assault, especially assaults on transit workers and assaults on members of the service, on police officers, that it needs to be charged by the DAs as a felony assault. Among other reasons, in many cases, those are mental health cases, and when a misdemeanor is diverted to mental health court, or whatever they call it, the mental health process, the person walks. They're not retained in the system, and that's a problem for us because we have a couple of cases where that has taken place, and folks have gone, those people who were supposed to be charged with felony assault, were charged with misdemeanor assault, have then gone out and done the exact same thing, randomly punching people. So we're going to keep pushing the DAs to recognize what the MTA at PD and the NYPD are recommending as the charges when it's a felony assault. That's our hope. And there may be, in the long run, may need to be some legislative action. I don't know. But that's an issue of concern to us. Chair Mihaltis, did you want to say?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chief Kemple. It's nice to hear that the stats are going in the right direction. Question on grand larcenies, the larceny and pickpockets, what's going on with that?
So grand larceny is, as we sit here right now, when looking at the year, the only crime where we're up year to date. We're up just about 3%. We speak about this crime a lot, and that's a great question, and I'm glad you brought it up, because there are preventative tips in relation to how to avoid becoming the victim of a grand larceny. Very quick Cliff Note version. Grand larceny is the theft of property without force. Okay, so if there was any physical force attached to the theft of property, it would be a robbery at a minimum. So usually what we see in the subway system is people on trains, we call it unattended thefts, whether they nod off on a train or they put their package on a platform and they're not paying attention, and someone takes advantage of that situation. But also pickpockets, someone having their wallet taken from their pants, or someone dipping their hand into someone's pocketbook. So we always recommend people securing their valuables, paying attention to their surroundings, just to show or just to detail the severity or just the amount of grand larcenies we take. Grand larceny, that crime, the theft of property without force, accounts for just about 50%, half of all crime in the New York City subway system. So I hope I answered your question.
You did. Maybe we can, work and maybe put up signs that say, be careful of whatever.
And
Watch
Chair,
your breath.
just to add to that, in an effort to sort of complement the strategy, we do have ads running in the system, informing our customers and encouraging them to watch their stuff and stay alert.
Great. Thank you.
Other questions or comments for Chief Kemper? Thank you for squeezing this meeting into your calendar.
Always. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. With that, we want to move on to the core business of this joint meeting, which is to hear about the progress of the Omni system. Listen, when I came into this role, we took a look at Omni, as I did many years ago with East Side Access and some of the other big projects that I inherited, and I came to the conclusion it needed to be treated as a mega project, that it was moving in the right direction, broadly speaking, with respect to the transit portion, but it especially had not made a lot of progress. Cubic, the contractor, had not made a lot of progress on the railroad portion, and that the whole project had some challenges. So as I've said before, what we asked C&D to do was to tear apart the schedule and put it back together again for a more assured delivery that addressed the risks. All projects have risks, but there were some serious ones here with respect to our contractor performance and software integration. Jamie and the team at C&D have risen to that task, and you'll hear more about the steps that they've taken. I think that we also needed to rethink some of the commercial issues. It wasn't just about the railroads, but for example, the transit benefit cards that so many people used had really not been attacked as part of the whole transit ecosystem that needed to be brought into Omni. Likewise, some of the more specialized categories of fare payment, we heard from folks about some of our partner agencies, NICE and Beeline and so on and so on. Those had not really made progress under Cubic. And so we asked Jesse Lazarus, former Chief Digital Officer for the City of New York, to join our team to address the commercial issues, and Jesse's going to talk to you about that. So with that, let me turn it over to Jamie and Jesse for an update to the board on Omni.
Thank you, Chair Lieber and committee members, for having me. I'm excited to describe to you the system we are creating to deliver full opportunity for integration, provide ideal functionality for the railroads, and with an earlier execution. The MTA has been on a journey to give customers easy and financially flexible ways to pay for their transit for the last 6 years. Customers are taking advantage of this already, of our modern fare collection offerings, skipping the vending machine lines and paying their fares with the phones and bank cards in their pockets. And many customers are thrilled with the financial flexibility only Omni provides to pay as you go for unlimited transit rides in 7 days instead of upfront, as MetroCard requires. The last 6 years have been full of steady progress within the MTA and also rapid technological change outside of the MTA. And today, we're thrilled to share with you where we are on this journey and what's to come. As the chair mentioned, in addition to giving Omni the mega project resources it requires by moving delivery responsibilities into C&D, he also tasked commercial initiatives with 2 things. First, aggressively grow contactless adoption for New York City Transit customers. And second, solidify plans for 21st century fare payment on the railroads. In close coordination with Jamie and C&D and the agency president's teams, over the last year, we've sought to improve the business case for all of this, taking stock of market trends, new technology, and opportunities to improve our operations and, importantly, the customer experience. We didn't want to feel constrained by decisions made years ago. We prioritized our right to evolve the program to meet the moment today and in the years to come. So first, I'll briefly explain the results of this sharpened cross-MTA focus for growing Omni usage among subway and bus customers. Our eligible subway and bus customers have embraced contactless payment. Regular fare customers have basically all switched to Omni, over 3/4 of them. This line shows Omni taps each month, which is growing faster than every other MetroCard segment, all of which are flat or down. That's helped drive up Omni market share 10% year over year, and contactless payment is directly tied to customer satisfaction. Omni users tell us they are the most satisfied with their fare payment choice. We know customers who use contactless love it, so teams across the MTA have been laser focused on meeting our customers where they are with the information they need to understand enough to choose contactless payment. Just 2 examples of many include classic field and retail style outreach events with multilingual materials and a station agents growth competition to reward the station agents in the stations with the highest Omni growth month over month. Per the previous slide, a lot of growth has happened through these and other outreach efforts. But now I'll explain why this approach alone isn't enough to get everyone on Omni. This chart is like a square pie chart showing the breakdown of April's 132 million transit trips across subways and buses. The columns represent each customer segment, and their widths represent their relative share of our overall ridership. For example, regular fare, the first and widest column, is over 60% of transit ridership. And these are the customers who have overwhelmingly embraced Omni, as you can see in the blue shading. We've steadily grown this segment ever since the MTA got the tap-and-go validators installed during COVID, installed everywhere in all 472 subway stations. The remaining 25% in yellow are regular fare customers who are generally waiting on the Omni card vending machines, which are now being installed at a steady clip for the next year. The remainder of the segments, all of that yellow on the right, totaling 40% of our ridership, each of those segments have a special set of cubic deliverables, MTA operations, and third-party stakeholders to coordinate so that we can finalize their transition to Omni. Over the last year, Jamie and his team, led by Tim Kaiser and Amy Linden, have worked with Cubic to ensure the technical requirements and deliverables are now on an accelerated track for each segment. And together, we've reassessed the adoption journey for these segments. Here's a high-level view of when each segment will be able to have access to Omni. And in a future committee presentation, I'll take you through the incredible cross-MTA effort to support each of these customer segments with the switch, including detailed and differentiated communication plans. One segment, as the chair mentioned, that's been particularly challenging to address has been this mosh pit of pre-tax benefit providers who currently sell 60% of our 30-day Metro cards. We have pilots going with 2, and we now have a plan to support all customers who rely on pre-tax benefits with contactless payment. So now let's talk about the railroads. As mentioned earlier, the Omni Railroad scope was sketched out as an add-on to the Cubic contract, which was signed in 2017. So over the last year, as we've turned to finalize that, we wanted to take stock of what has happened on railroad fare payment since 2017. Circumstances have totally changed. First, when the Cubic contract was signed in 2017, it was a different world for payments. Visa didn't even start issuing contactless cards in earnest until 2018. Second, the MTA built its own all-purpose app for the railroads thanks to an in-house team led by Will Fisher. Train Time gives customers the ability to plan trips, check schedules, and buy tickets for both railroads. As a result, customers have told us loudly and clearly, how they feel about the mobile ticketing options in their pockets already. Train Time has taken off since the Cubic contract was awarded. As this chart shows you, it's gone from 20% of revenue to 70% in the period since. It has also a 4.9 star rating in the App Store, which I would position to you as uncommon for public sector tech products. So the answer to the railroad's modern fare payment system is hiding in plain sight. The smartest path for customers is to double down on Train Time, including Masabi, whom we believe is the best partner to continue supporting mobile ticketing in the app. We're investing in app enhancements immediately and preserving options for the future, particularly on integrated fare offerings. This way, we get to keep what customers tell us they love and reserve our rights to ride the waves of new tech trends without locking us into stuff we don't need today and we might not in the future. Even though the majority of customers use mobile ticketing, at the MTA, paper tickets must be an option. Our current railroad ticketing machines can't be maintained after 2025. They're really, really old. And one problem we encountered in our early review was the Cubic schedule showing vending machines arriving in 2027, which could leave a 2-year gap in reliable paper ticket revenue service. So given the time pressure, the commercial team worked with C&D and railroad leadership to consider how we might condense and accelerate our schedules and avoid interruptions in revenue collection. We concluded that getting a refreshed fleet from the railroad's current vendor, Scheidt & Bachmann, would be the best for customers and the MTA. So before I hand it to Jamie, what does this mean for modern fare collection at the MTA? There are 3 results of our commercial review. First, we now are proposing supplier diversity, 3 vendors to deliver modern fare collection for the MTA instead of just 1. Second, a refined and more precise scope that puts our customers first, puts them at the center of all fare collection. And second, third and finally, we're preserving our options to evolve with our customers in the future. We know they'll help us decide what's next. So now Jamie will talk to you about how we're delivering it.
Thank you, Jesse. Good morning, members of the board. I want to update on the full plan to implement a revised vision of modern contactless fare collection for New York City Transit and the railroads. And I do want to be clear at the outset, it is a vision of an integrated system. As Jesse has just been clear in describing, it's one that meets our riders where they are, takes advantage of the systems that we have in place that are much loved and valued, and also allows us flexibility for full fare integration. I'll summarize that again as we go through this, although Jesse has done a good job of describing it. You heard about the commercial review. It looked at what the best fare payment system is and who would be best positioned to provide it. We also did a full review at C&D on delivery restructuring, and we looked at how to deliver it. These are the goals that we put in front of the board, the CPC committee last year when we last reported on Omni. I'm pleased that we have achieved each of the goals that we set for ourselves. We have brought Omni into C&D to manage it, as the chair says, as a new MTA mega project. We've created 2 divisions within C&D, one led by Amy Linden, which is Omni Operations and Services, supporting the transition overall and the operations, and Amy is the one that is making sure that, among many, many other things, that those middle-of-the-night software updates get done so that we can continue to maintain a system that's in a software state of good repair. And she has a great team that's been formed up to work on that. And then Tim Kaiser is the project executive for the rest of Omni Delivery, and he leads a team that is managing the full implementation of the capital project. We've also, as noted here, supplemented resources, and resources were not sufficient to implement Omni when we took this on board. And I mentioned how we needed to restructure at the MTA, and I think the vendor and other managers were not sufficiently staffed and resourced to get this work done for a variety of reasons. And then we, as we say, re-baselined the schedule. We did a full schedule review, and we came up with a schedule that would get us to completion and thought through the approach to the railroads. So those are the 2 items that we're really reporting on to you today. What we've accomplished in the last year. First of all, contactless, and this is before the last year, I just want to be clear because sometimes there's, I think an unfair amount of criticism of what's happened here. Contactless payment was rolled out to every subway fare array and every bus by December of 2020 in the midst of the pandemic. That enables full fare riders to use our entire New York City transit system. So that is a big accomplishment and really first in the nation, in many ways first in the world, or leading the world, that we got that done, and we got it done in the middle of the pandemic. In the last year, we turned to the additional groups that Jesse was describing that need access to be able to use contactless payment. Those without banking resources who need a physical Omni card, and now we're through a pilot to make sure that those Omni vending machines worked. We had a lot of fun working with our colleagues at New York City Transit to make sure that we're able to accept cash and process this. This is not an easy process, but we're through it. Now we have 70 Omni vending machines deployed in 37 stations, and we're rolling. I'm pleased to report today that most fare arrays at major complexes will be completed in July of this year. The second thing, 3 major affiliates were brought onto the system with many plans and agreements in the works for more. You can see us getting that done at Roosevelt Island Tram. And then lastly, we began pilots with some of the groups that Jesse mentioned who we needed to work some of the kinks out for. That's all underway. To complete the project, we've worked out an improved contractual relationship with the vendor, Cubic, that acknowledges some of the challenges, both in their ability to deliver, unavoidable delays like those caused by the pandemic, and also how the project was initially scoped and managed. We've reached an agreement to complete the project by the end of 2025 with all planned features, including many that were not anticipated when this contract was awarded in 2017. Let me give you some examples of that. Open loop, which means credit or debit card tap to pay for special programs like reduced fare and fair fares. Being able to use a digital wallet with an Omni card for full fare, reduced fare, and student riders. Transfer validators for 88 transfers and station-to-station transfers. Paratransit, these are all things that were not in the 2017 contract that are now getting done by the end of 2025. There was nothing in the 2017 contract for paratransit. The rolling fare cap, the idea that you don't have to always look at starting the week on a Sunday and seeing how many rides you take, the idea that it's rolling day to day, was not in the 2017 contract. We've gotten all of that incorporated into this contract now. There are also revised contract incentives for timely completion, and we continue to have liquidated damages against the vendor in the contract, but have also clarified scope and schedule. And most important, all of the groups that Jesse talked about will have the ability to use Omni by the end of this year, either in full or they'll be well on their way, as I'll show you in a minute when I get into the detailed schedule. On the railroads, we have de-scoped the railroad work from the cubic contract so we can achieve contactless payment integrated with Omni in the ways that really matter to riders. And we're going to do so better, faster, and cheaper. That's the motto at C&D, but it is true in this case. It is going to get done faster, it's going to get done as a set of improvements, and we've saved a substantial amount of money. One contract with Masabi will continue to improve the successful Train Time app that is highly valued, but also enable integration with Omni. There are new features that are part of this, just to give you a preview of a couple of them. A quick buy function, a single unified MTA account that can use Omni for payment, streamlined onboard validation, and options for fare integration deals to be further developed. And just want to be clear again, because there were some questions about this, on Twitter and, from the podium. Yes, we will have the functionality for a rider to buy a contactless ticket from somewhere on Metro North or Long Island Railroad and be able to get on the subway with an integrated fare. Yes, we will have the functionality for pay-as-you-go on the railroads like we have on the subway today through Omni without forcing riders to figure out in advance how much they'll be riding in a given period. Yes, we will have flexibility for full app integration. So this is a substantial improvement to a system that is highly valued. And I just want to be clear, we can get into this in conversation with the board, but it was not anticipated or scoped that we were going to gate every one of the railroad stations. It's simply not practically possible, wouldn't make sense for the riders. What we have here is a contactless system that is integrated, and that's the real value that we're bringing to this. A second contract for the railroads will replace the ticket vending machines, which Jesse mentioned are at the end of their useful life, starting next year, which mitigates that substantial risk for the 30% of customers that continue to buy cash tickets. Let's talk about schedule and budget. As you can see, we are maintaining the end of 2025 completion date that we showed to the board last year, and we have an end date for the work on the railroads for the first time now that they're fully scoped and contracted. Though again, I just want to be clear, that says 2026. The benefits accrue much sooner for the railroads since we'll continue to have a great app. It's going to be gradually improved over time. And the ticket vending machines will be replaced starting in 2025. So we can deal with the ones that are in the worst state of good repair as soon as possible. Most important, our budget for New York City Transit and the railroads will not change with today's negotiated settlement. I also want to clarify, contrary to some reporting, this $772 million budget is not a budget overrun. Because this project spans multiple capital plans, it was budgeted in phases to better align funding with the timing of expenditures. The $772 million total budget simply incorporates the funding for the last phases of work that were budgeted in this capital plan. So made that a little complicated. We started this in the 2015 to 2019 capital plan. We supplemented, we had additional funding to put in once we got to the 2020 to 2024 capital plan. So when folks talk about a budget overrun from the original number to this number, that's not right. This is the budget that we had for Omni, and we are staying within budget. In fact, I fully expect that we will come in under budget based on the contracts that are coming to the board this week and what I know about how we've scoped them. Part of the reason we went with the 3-vendor approach is that we will save a considerable sum. We estimate we've saved $35 million by having the railroad work done by these other vendors instead of Cubic. This is in addition to avoiding the risks around a longer schedule and completion and delivery for the railroad program that we previously anticipated and worked very closely on. I really want to acknowledge Kathy Rinaldi and Rob Free, who, we've all worked together very closely to figure out what the best system was and how we mitigate our risks. And the thing that, assures me that we've done the right thing is that they're both nodding and very supportive of this direction, as they can speak for themselves. Here are the milestones we're now looking at for subways, buses, and railroads. This is an integrated schedule. The first 7 rows of this are all of the groups that we need to bring onto Omni, which will be well underway by the end of this year. Vending machines, I mentioned, major complexes by July, all stations by middle of 2025. The students, Department of Education and CUNY students, by the start of the next school year will have Omni cards. Reduced fare cards will be mailed out later this year to all reduced fare card users. Fair fares will begin to exchange Omni for their Metro cards as their Metro cards expire. Paratransit is being piloted and we'll swap it out over time. The pre-tax mosh pit, as Jesse likes to call it, we're preparing to make this work, and we do need our partners who issue these cards to step up and collaborate with us on this after we're through this pilot. Same thing with affiliates, including B and NICE. We're ready to finalize those agreements and get them implemented as soon as possible. And then you see that red box down there, which is that next year all of these partners will get full virtual access as we incorporate that into the software. And lastly, you see schedules for the railroads, ticket vending machines starting next year, and ongoing train time maintenance and upgrades. That's the story. I think that the key thing here that we've achieved is flexibility. Meaning that we today are continuing to use a system that works for our riders and improving it, integrating fare products, enabling pay-as-you-go. And I think Jesse made this point. In the future, we'll be able to deploy that flexibility in ways that we don't even know of right now. But we're really setting ourselves up to be able to do that. That's our report. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. And entertain questions or comments, Mr. Chu and Mr. Garodny.
I have a lot to say on this. One, I think it demonstrates really adherence to the principle that we should be focused on, and that should be an absolute, which is the best possible rider experience. And that should always take precedence over, any sort of, dogmatic loyalty to a concept of, homogeneous Omni system that was considered, years ago. To Jesse's point, before even contactless pay was even, really in wide use. And I remember being amongst the people like, I'm never going to use that, right? I'll just keep swiping. So I think that really shows that. I think it's also worth noting that, and this is a conversation that was had, not long after I joined the board initially, that this wasn't a result, that this consideration and this determination wasn't a result of a resignation. It was after, Chair Lieber said, hey, we need to invest more intellectual investment into this to make sure it works as best as it can. And that's what this is the result of. This isn't a throwing the hands in the air, hey, this didn't work. This is actually with full, even deeper consideration, and clearly, an investment in some of the best minds in the agency to consider this, and also, respects something good that we have, right? The train time app, which people covet. I enjoy it very much. I mean, 4.9 stars. I don't know if I've ever gotten 4.9 star rating from my own mother, so I think that's very good. So I think this is really a great decision, and I think it comes from the right place. But I do have also hopes going forward, because there are a couple other, if I would put, absolute principles that we really need to remind ourselves of always. One is the fact that we're, any tools that we get implemented. I'd love to hear more about this. As a tool, using these integrations and this progress as a chance to reduce, fare evasion. And close to that and adjacent to that, avoiding fare confusion, which I think Jamie spoke to many of those points in the context of creating an environment where our conductors and all the MTA staff have the best and safest experience, because we know that fare confusion is oftentimes one of the ignition points for incidents on the system. So if you could just speak a little bit more about what we might expect in the future for those points.
Thanks. Thanks, Board Member Chu. Jesse may have an idea. I'll just say I pick up on the last thing you mentioned, which is this really is, we're very focused on fare compliance and reducing fare evasion, where this is an effort across all agencies that I think we're going to be updating on the board on as well. And Omni is really a critical enabler of that. I mean, we have to make it easy and convenient for people to pay the fare, and that's what Omni does. So there's a whole bunch of different ways that we can address fare evasion that get unlocked as we get Omni out to all these user groups. Jesse may want to comment on the integration possibilities.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'd say that Omni is and has historically been both technology and fare policy, and the two work there in tandem. The technology pieces of this arrangement provide ultimate flexibility and the agility to evolve, to respond to new types of fare evasion or new types of ticket offering or new types of simplification, whatever we want. It's giving us sort of the ultimate platform to choose our own destiny on the tariff pieces of this. And I think that's the sort of rebaseline essence that we're bringing back to the new paradigm we present to you today.
I would just say that I think that one thing that I care about a lot is that it supports equity. And that means that we got to get the kids who are the Department of Education's train pass system, MetroCard system is, they struggle with that. They have a lot of them. They have all these different categories. And one of the recommendations of our Blue Ribbon panel on fare evasion was we have to get them onto Omni. We really have to get the kids, the students onto Omni. The one thing that we know they will have, they sometimes struggle to find their MetroCard. And when I stop kids who are going through the gate or whatever, they sometimes struggle to find their MetroCard, but they know where their phone is. So we got to get that population, which is one of our key populations, we got to get them onto Omni soon, and that had been an intense focus. And the other is the pre-tax benefits, which disproportionately are utilized by folks in public service and some other, there are obviously private sector employers who provide the pre-tax benefits, but we got a lot of public sector employees who are reliant on that and who are still getting 30-day Omni cards, Metro cards in the mail. And it's a ton of work with a sometimes recalcitrant set of partners, the companies who do these pre-tax benefits, but we're attacking that. And fair fares. It's essential that we make it easy for people to apply for the fair fare system. We're doing a ton of outreach. That's the half price system available to folks on low incomes. Word from the podium from the PCAC about raising the eligibility threshold, but in the meantime, we have to make it easy for those people to use it and get them onto Omni. So I am, there's a lot going on here, but I am particularly happy with the fact that there is renewed focus and plan for an area that was really complicated. And what we saw from Cubic, and we're not going to, Jamie tells me we've worked out so many things that we're not going to attack our principal contractor, but we saw consistently that there was confusion on some of these subcategories and a lot of confusion on the railroad. So that's why it was right to make this move.
Well, I see that so much thought's gone into this, and once again, an instance where, it's been proven that, the agency has a culture of dynamic adaptation to difficult challenges, and I'm excited to see how it progresses over the next couple of years.
I promised Mr. Garodnick next say, so Mr. Garodnick and Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I think it's going to be a real benefit when people are able to use Omni for the school passes, for pre-tax, for the reduced fares. This is going to be a really big improvement for people, and I think they're going to appreciate it. I wanted to ask a little bit about the integration of Omni and train time, because while I can picture very easily how one would do what many of us do with Omni, by adding the different tools that exist for school fairs or whatever, have a little more difficulty with train time and Omni. So I have Omni, I have train time. In the future, can you just lay it out for us as a practical matter? I'm coming from White Plains, I'm heading to Grand Central. Which am I using? Where am I tapping? What am I doing exactly? Can you just lay it out for us just so that I can understand?
Yeah, I wish I had like a train and a validator I could sort of demonstrate. But so you're coming from White Plains, you're going to go into your train time app and you will buy your ticket, and hopefully you have a monthly pass. So within that selection for your railroad fare, you'll also be able to opt in to any transit offerings you'd like, and if you'd like, it could provision a virtual Omni card into your wallet. So your phone will be your fare media, and the ticket itself will live in either the app or in your digital wallet. And then if you want, you can use that to tap into New York City Transit System. That's if you want an integrated experience and the opportunity for cross-modal fare offerings should you choose to create them. The alternative is, I think, a more straightforward, which is just you buy your ticket and then you tap at the turnstile. And that is a less sort of obvious and a less technically integrated, but is the sort of mode of payment that most customers are already availing themselves of today. So another way of saying this is if you're interested in deeper connections and want to see joint travel history and create that sort of connection for your whole MTA relationship, you can choose to do that.
So I will be able to, thank you. So I'll be able to get Omni to connect me from Metro North to the city subway system. Thank you. By integrating it into train time.
Yes, yeah.
And if I don't want to have any integration at all, would I be using train time or would I be using Omni?
You'd
for that
be,
trip?
well, Omni is just the MTA's modern fare collection system. So you're using contactless payment in the subway, you're tapping in, it's a flat fare in the subway,
Yep.
and then you need a ticket because of the zone-based tariff in the railroads, and so you have a ticket choice purchased through train time. So train time will remain for the foreseeable future, the location for railroad mobile ticketing, and your mobile payment or your contactless payment in transit will remain your phone or your contactless bank card.
And the place where it is most useful on the contactless payment, and I think this is really where I'm
Yeah.
getting hung up, is when you're back in the train system
Yep.
or on a bus in New York City. Not when I'm on Metro North from White Plains to Grand Central, correct?
Correct.
It just gives me the opportunity to integrate that experience with the local New York City transit experience, right?
Correct. For railroad customers who are, the majority of railroad customers use the subway and bus system. So the integrations and the center of gravity for those integrations will be within train time, and you can elect to have your sort of MTA experience shown to you and managed through train time.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, I'd like to say I fully support this. It's a good idea. It saves money and time, and I appreciate what you've done here. I'm also encouraged by the focus on fair fares, integration, and on the students. I am worried about certain marginal communities, particularly migrants, who we've had news reports have been targeted for some effort on fare evasion. I don't know how a migrant would fit into this system, and I'm wondering how we might deal with that problem. Obviously, these are people with virtually no funds. We're never going to collect money from a migrant who engages in fare evasion. You may get them deported, but that's my concern. And I'd just like to put it out there that we have to do some thought to deal with this population and not further stigmatize it as we go forward. So I just put that out. No answer required, but I'd hope that we find some way. They are clearly all eligible for fair fares, but I doubt if any of them have, access to that. And the final thing I was interested, this is a question. I've been like a broken record talking about the real hemorrhaging of this system in fare evasion is on buses. Omni, I've been told, may help us deal with this, but the enforcement of this, where I have a feeling that there haven't been any arrests or stops, mainly on buses, but we're constantly talking about kids of color jumping over turnstiles. Even that's not where we're losing the most money. So I think I'd like to know how Omni might come to grips with this to have more equity in the system.
Honestly, David, I think that the question of enforcement is kind of separate from Omni facilitates payment.
Right.
One way it would connect is once we get, in my view, and I've said this publicly, once we get, most or all of the DOE population on Omni, it is one way we could comfortably start to utilize the validators at the back door to speed. But we have a bigger problem with fare evasion, as you know, on the buses, and that's really its own problem. I think Omni is supposed to facilitate payment.
But
the
not
question of what to do about folks who aren't paying in whatever medium is kind of separate. I think it takes away some of the arguments about, well, I want to ride the bus, but where do I buy a Metro card, and so on and so on. But the bigger issue is, how are we effectively going to deter payment? Now, you're going to hear a presentation later this week about where we are on trying to address fare evasion, but I don't want to raise hopes that we have a magic bullet for buses in particular. Mira Joshi, and then I see Midori, Valdivia, and Andrew Albert.
Thank you. And of course, anything that makes transportation frictionless means that you will have an increase in users. So I expect we'll see the same with these advancements. I just had a few quick questions. One, on the ticket machines, if we see so much uptake with using mobile purchasing, is the ticket replacement for the vending machines 1-for-1, or are you going to reduce the number?
Very insightful question. Jamie.
The numbers are being reduced. Actually, Jessie did a full review and set the numbers as part of her work, so she should give us the details of that.
We took a look at the footprint of cash throughout the system and also trends in that, and have recommended and worked closely with Transit and with CND to find the proper allocation of those vending machines. So every station has a vending machine. There are more vending machines in fare control areas with historically and continued cash usage, high cash usage. There's also a robust retail network that is in the process of being rebaselined to actually support and replicate the Metro card retail network, which is quite different than the Omni card retail network today. So that's a separate effort we can update you on. But there are points of sales and opportunities for Omni card purchases and Omni card reloads to support cash customers and cash dependent communities. I should also note, just in addition to the sort of train time question, you're able to use an Omni card to pay for a railroad ticket, and that is sort of an option for interoperability that gives, I think, sort of another level of integration, particularly if you're a pre-tax transit benefit customer who has an Omni card, or if you're a cash customer who has value on an Omni card but would like to use mobile ticketing for the railroads.
Okay.
I think I'll just add that there's a culture change across the system that's underway here, where you still, I mean, I think all of us have this experience because we hang around fare control arrays and sort of talk to folks, and you see a lot of people still buying Metro cards who don't need to, who can just tap their phone, and that will progress. Jessie's infamous square pie chart is the best illustration that once we make all of the groups eligible to tap in, then we can expect a major reduction. Really, an Omni card should be purchased by someone that has no other means to buy it, to enter the system, and that's going to be a much smaller number of folks.
And then I just had two quick other follow-up questions. As you do these integrations, are they also going to include the groups that we're talking about now that are not on Omni but have either reduced fare or pre-tax dollars. I'm specifically thinking about like CUNY students and pre-tax. So if they go from train time into Omni using the integrated system, will it automatically account for the discount they're entitled to?
Yeah, this is a great question, and it's a good example of the technology and the fare policy being different, but mutually reinforcing. So right now, DOE students have a certain number of trips every day, and CUNY students buy a product from New York City Transit, and I think the technology will enable both modes to talk, or sort of everyone to use New York City Transit and the MTA, and it's really up to, I think, the board to decide what that future connection looks like.
Okay, then one final question.
Yeah.
On the kids, I know the schools will be happy because chasing down lost Metro cards is a full-time job for many people in schools. That will be a great transition, and the faster it goes from card to phone, I think will be better, just because those cards get lost, and then it'll be another administrative burden to replace them.
Agreed.
Yes.
And that we have to get folks accustomed to the transition, because the software is not cooked for it to go onto the DOE phones, the DOE student phones yet. So this coming school year will be Omni cards instead of this whole incredible menu of Metro cards that the DOE system has historically been buying. It'll be just one Omni card per student, right? And but after that, for the future, it'll be all on the phone. Okay. Midori Valdivia.
Great, thank you for this presentation. So I'm hearing the word integration a lot, and I just want to make sure, maybe this is a part two to Commissioner Garodnick's questions. So one of the exciting things happening in our system is City Ticket, right? And so let's say I'm a Brooklyn customer using Long Island Railroad, but we'll get, I just want to, but I'm coming from, let's say, a location to Nostrand Avenue and going to Jamaica. I want to understand, can I use that with Omni, the app? Or will there no longer be an Omni app? I mean, am I just using that with my transit card on Apple Pay? Just want to understand that better.
So I won't try and get ahead of it, the MTA's digital strategy, but I'll tell you that this is back to the question of, we're presenting a set of 3 technology platforms that Misabi and Train Time will be able, if you elect and you opt into this, will be able to show you and provide that integrated travel history, joint fare products if you choose to create them, between the modes. And so City Ticket could very hypothetically have New York City Transit offerings attached to it at a discount ratio or not, but it could be one checkout purchase. That's if you elect to do that in your Train Time app when you buy your City Ticket.
But not in Omni. It would be through Train Time because it's considered Long Island Railroad.
It would be through Train Time, correct. But if you're an MTA customer, whatever app that's using, I mean, there aren't any other apps right now that have ticket purchasing or fare purchasing as a part of them. And so sort of providing that flexibility to evolve the MTA's digital strategy, whatever that evolves to become, I think is a very important, that was a very important guiding principle for us in thinking about this. So meeting customers where they are today and continuing to let that evolve was a core part of it.
But at the same time, we've done really well in actually pushing customers to a new, we just talked about the market share for Omni, and that's been very impressive in terms of, I think it was like 1 million taps in the first couple of months. So I also don't want to say our customers are not going to, we can meet them at they are, but we also want to push on technology, right? So if I understand correctly, I won't be able to do City Ticket through Omni. I would use the Train Time app. Right now, that's the thinking.
Yes, you would use the Train Time app, or you
so I would use
also
both because let's say I'm taking a bus to Nostrand Avenue, right? Whatever, I forgot the bus number, but taking the bus, so I'm using New York City Transit, one fare, and then I'm going to take a City Ticket to a different location from LIR to LIR station within the city. It would still be 2 transactions.
That's because of the validation
Right.
required.
Mhm.
Correct. So it wouldn't be 2 checkouts, but it would be
Right.
2 experiences of you using
Okay.
your fare product. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. This
Thank you.
is
I just
my
wanted to
exact route.
understand
Yeah,
it better.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's integration, but still multiple transactions.
Well,
potentially. Is it?
Let's just clarify, because Jesse explained it earlier in response to Board Member Karodnik's
yeah.
question. So we are able to integrate so that you can buy a ticket in train time, and it can provision you the ability to tap and enter the subway system. So that's a fair policy decisions that need to be made there, but we will have that ability. One of the hard things is it's almost a semantic thing, but Omni is not Metro card. It's not a card, and it's not an app. It's a system for paying fares. And within that system, you can tap your credit card in your digital wallet. You can have one of these cards that will be named Omni that you use for fare payment, and it also incorporates this seamless integration. Andrew's nodding. As a rider, he understands this. It's not the same. It's not the same thing. So there's not a sort of concept that I use my Omni and then it's just the system that allows us to gain entry into the system.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood. By transaction, you're checking out of train time once, and it's provisioning a card. But by transaction, I was interpreting you're tapping at the bus validator. There's still you're taking the ticket you purchased in train time, provision to Omni, to validate that. So I suppose the semantic difference is a transaction can happen jointly, joint fare products, if you
Right.
choose to create them,
Right.
or we could sort of stack them at their current price, and that would be one checkout transaction.
Great.
The validation does need to happen on
Yes.
both modes, of course, for fare vision. Yeah.
And then my follow-up is on the retail network. You did mention it a little bit. I think your point about replicating the MetroCard retail network is super interesting, and I'm curious a little bit. And I think I had followed a little bit before on this. Is this really due to digital divide issues, or there are other things at play regarding the retail network?
There are a few things going on. So the current MetroCard retail network is very strong in Queens and in Brooklyn. We actually sell 35% of our 7-day passes in the MetroCard retail network. So it serves a very particular type of bus-dependent, often cash-first customer. And those are sold in locations, primarily bodegas or small businesses, that have had trouble switching to Omni. And so we're making a very concerted effort now, working closely with elected officials, with bids and other community leaders in those neighborhoods to do door-to-door outreach and work with these businesses to help onboard them to Omni. They have the underlying capability to sell Omni cards. We're just making sure that everyone has all the information and paperwork they need to affect that change. So that's there's a longer story behind all of that and a detailed plan, but happy to get that to you.
No, I think it's really important that you're really focusing on a geographic targeting of where people aren't necessarily onboarding with the new product. So the last question is around, you've mentioned several times, the technology and then the fare policy. And the fare policy items are things would come to the board. I'm just curious, and happy to have the discussion offline or later, but what are the, list of major decisions that the board will need to be contemplating to make sure that this can be as frictionless as possible? I think I'm interested in that conversation. So thank you.
Sure, yeah. I'm looking forward to that as well. I would say that convenience and financial flexibility are bedrock principles of Omni from its earliest days, and those remain. So looking forward to a discussion around products that support both of those.
Okay. Mr. Albert, Mr. Tessitore, Ms. Barbas, and then Ms. Lopez is online.
My mic didn't work. So thank you for this, Jesse and Jamie. Is it your expectation that the name Omni will appear in train time when these are all integrated?
I don't have an expectation either way about that at this point, but the key thing is to continue to do what makes things easiest and simplest for the passengers and what they value.
Okay, and once it is incorporated into train time, That allows Metro North and Long Island Railroad customers to get all of the latest fare discounts, fare capping, all of those kinds of things for their respective systems, as well as possibly, if you opt, transferring to the subways and buses.
It gives us the tools for all of that integration to occur. I think then there are in some cases some fair policy decisions to be brought to the board, but it does give us all of that ability.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tessitore.
Just for clarity, for the railroads, onboard validation and onboard ticket sales do not change.
You'll be able to tap. There's a surcharge, but you'll be able to tap on board if you'd like.
So,
There's no change. There's no practical change, but instead of...
so currently
yeah.
we validate
Correct.
from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
That stays.
Yes.
In the future, yes.
Okay. Ms. Barbas.
That was a great presentation, thank you. How do you plan for the population of students, although perhaps a small population of students, that do not have cell phones or claim not to have cell phones?
Correct. Right, so the Omni card and paper tickets must remain throughout the system, and while we're creating the option for students to have a virtual card, we expect that some will not. And so there will always be an Omni card with the equivalent travel value or trip value per day available. And we work with DOE closely to do that operations planning and support that transition.
Can I actually add one point to that? Just because the deputy mayor asked me this earlier, and I checked in with Tim. So we're actually vastly improving that system as well, because in the case that someone really does lose their student Omni card, we'll have this online functionality where they can, and it'll be in place for this school year, but it'll be much improved for next school year, where they will be able to replace that card, much in the same way that you lose your credit card and you can replace it. The old one will be deactivated when you replace it, and you can be issued a new one in a fairly seamless way, which I think everyone would agree is a big improvement on the way it works now.
Ms. Lopez online. Blanca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So an excellent presentation by Jamie and Jesse. When I think of Omni, I really have to kind of Google it first to make sure I know how to go about doing it, because I think it was Jamie who mentioned that it's not just one process. It's really there are various ways to achieve contactless fare payment. And being a commuter rail rider, and living in Westchester, it's still a little hard for folks from the county to kind of understand what Omni is, since, first of all, Omni is not in the bus line yet, in the B line system, and then it's just being implemented now with in the commuter rail. I guess I would like to know have there been any initial thoughts or plans as to what the marketing campaign and strategy will be for folks who are in the suburbs, and then also with respect to a status on the implementation of Omni in the B-line system and in the NICE system. Thank you.
I'll say on the bus lines, as I mentioned, we're bringing affiliates on board as quickly as we can. The affiliates, basically, we need legal agreements with the affiliates. We're working on those now with the two bus systems, and then there will be the implementation and rollout they have to get their validators and so on. So we have a schedule that I showed for NICE and B integration that requires a fair bit of interaction and work on their side. But we're optimistic that it's going to be done soon. I think maybe, Shanifa, did you want to comment on the marketing aspect?
Yeah, from the marketing aspect, I mean, with Omni I hope you've noticed that the campaign, what we've pushed out to customers, have evolved over the past couple years, and we continue to engage the customers as well as the operating presidents. And as was referenced in the presentation, we go out into the system and talk to the customers. We see the behavioral habits and try to get an understanding of why are you not tapping? So the campaign moving forward will, we're trying to sort of simplify it and really encouraging the actual physical movement of tapping and entering versus this confusion of like, what is Omni and having to explain that. So we will continue to do that within the transit system and roll that out to the railroad too.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking around to see if anybody else wants to comment. Okay, this is hugely important. It feels like we have turned a corner collectively. And in terms of managing this project, in terms of thinking about how to make it available to the different subpopulations, this was something that, in my observation, was under-focused on in the past, that there are different populations that have very different needs, and the software necessary to accommodate those populations was not as far along as it had to be. I think we've now got this under control, or at least begun to get this under control with a major turnaround, and I'm thrilled, and I just want to congratulate the team for what they've accomplished. I also want to acknowledge that this is going to take the board engaging, and these are now this is giving us capacity. We keep talking about fair payment, the fair policy opportunities here. They're real. There are some folks who have been fighting for different kinds of fair policies. We have to have that discussion, but it has to be obviously based on economic reality, which we're going to talk about at the in the Finance Committee at the board meeting as well, because those are we're all obligated to keep this ship on an even keel. What I didn't do, and it's probably on me, was to acknowledge that the agency presidents are here, and they've been integral to this development, getting the ship righted, as we say. I just want to make sure there's nothing you wanted to add, Kathy, Rob, or Rich, on any of this. And
No, the only thing I do want to do is really extend my appreciation to the entire team, to you, Jana, for really this renewed focus on the project, to Jamie, Tim Kaiser, Jesse, John Kaufman, and really the railroad teams who have been really advocating behind the scenes for years with respect to improving and not degrading the railroad experience. I just wanted to call out specifically on the Metro North side, Ann Doyle and Phil Diaz, and then Wendy Johnston before Ann, and then on the Long Island side, Tim Hughes, Mike Jocko, and others. They've been really working hard behind the scenes for years now with respect to this specific issue, and we're really grateful for the partnership we forged with C&D and with Strategic Initiative, so thank you.
okay. All right. Well, that major, what? IEC. Oh, IEC. Comment on this, if you would.
Sure, thank you. Still morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Suresh Payati, Program Director of the IEC, and I will provide a brief update on the IEC's monitoring responsibility of C&D's Omni project. Since last year's April report, Omni project has been transitioned to MTA Construction and Development, and the PMO was reorganized into Omni Delivery and Operations and Services teams. Additional resources through the project management consultant were assigned to focus on completing the remaining Omni tasks. As a result, the Omni Delivery team has been successful in launching Omni services at Hudson Rail Link Bus, JFK A Train, and Roosevelt Island tram stations. In addition, pilot testing of 10 configurable vending machines at 5 subway stations started in October 2023. As a result of hardware and software issues discovered during the CVM's pilot testing, the CVM implementation was delayed. Installation of CVMs resumed in mid-April. As of today, 89 CVMs were installed and 70 are in service. Based on MTA analysis and successful adoption of Omni by customers, a business decision was made to reduce New York City Transit CVMs from 1,720 to 993. IEC estimates approximately 500 CVMs will be in service by the end of 2024, which would support the rollout of reduced fare cards. The remaining CVMs will be in service by August 2025. MTA plans to transition most of the remaining ridership classes, such as student and reduced fare, from Metro Card to Omni Card by the end of 2024. In addition, two affiliates, Westchester B Line and Nassau Intercounty Express Bus, are in the process of signing separate contracts with Cubic to join Omni in 2025. As you heard, the MTA has decided to descope the commuter railroads from the Cubic Omni contract and continue using current successful mobile ticketing and vending machines. The IEC's review indicates that the current budget is sufficient for completing the remaining Omni project. IEC forecasts that based on rebaseline schedule, all remaining Omni tasks would be completed by December 2025. The IEC has identified 3 risks, and details and mitigations for these risks are in the CPC book. This concludes the IEC's update on Omni.
Mr. Albert?
Yes. Could I make a request, please? On the capital program book where you're listing the stations that you've done the Omni machines, with the exception of Bowling Green and Junction Boulevard, all of the other stations have multiple possible locations. So could you indicate the lines when you do that again? Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for the IEC? Midori Valdivia.
Sorry, I wanted to go back to the procurements just so I understand them, so it's not for the IEC, if that's okay. So for SMB, it's 134 million.
Okay, I think we're going to get to the procurements momentarily.
Apologies. Okay.
No problem. Anybody else? Questions or comments for the IEC? Okay. With that and that prompt, let's go to the procurements. Mr. Iceland, we'll talk about the procurements related to Omni and otherwise.
Yes, thank you. Today I'm presenting 3 procurement actions, excuse me, for recommendation to the full board. And before I do that, I just wanted to take a minute to also thank, I know we've thanked a lot of people here, some of the legal teams who have supported this at a pretty quick pace. Kim Lucky, Patty Emmerich, and their teams have done a real bang-up job to get this to you this month. So I just want to give a shout out to them. The first item I'm presenting is the award of a modification to a contract with Cubic Transportation Systems, Inc. It will remove the requirement to implement the Cubic system from the railroads. It will develop enhancements to the business-to-business portal and mobile application, and it'll modify the contract milestones to reflect the schedule impacts experienced in the program, including a 29-month extension to the time for substantial completion. In total, this is a credit modification, which reduces the contract price by $36,388,937. The second item is the award of a 7-year non-competitive miscellaneous service contract with 1 5-year option to continue administering the mobile ticketing program for Long Island Railroad and Metro North to Masabi LLC. That contract's valued at $97,069,659. And the last item is the award of a 5.5-year non-competitive miscellaneous service contract with 2 5-year options. This is to replace and upgrade the fare collection solution for Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad to Scheidt & Bachman USA, and this contract is valued at $134,134,782. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries that are contained in your materials, and I submit them for your consideration and vote.
So I will make the motion. May I have a second? Ms. Barbas, you have before you 3 procurement actions, all related to this series of actions have been described on Omni. Is there any further discussion or commentary before we call a vote? Midori.
Hi, I have a question, which was previously alluded to, the Scheidt & Bachman contract for $134 million. Is my understanding that all of those funds may not be used depending on how many TVMs will deploy in the system?
So good morning.
Good morning.
We have allocated provisions for decommissioning of the old obsolete devices. We have also allocated spare parts provisions over the next 5.5 plus the 5 optional years. We have also allocations for installation and software maintenance and support, as well as cybersecurity related maintenance and support services.
I guess my question is, is it variable
There are
based
some-
on the TVM count?
We have some possible out-of-scope work that we've allocated for, depending on the replacements of the devices.
I can say the TVM count is final and is
Okay,
yeah,
I
is
see.
solidified,
So
yes.
134,
Correct.
we feel pretty good about that number, and that we anticipate, deploying all those TVMs.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
But let me just say that 134, which is not the way you often see things presented to you, the 134 includes the price for those 2 options. So
Great.
you might
Okay,
not get to that
thank you
full
for
amount.
that. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciated that. And then I just want to make sure, we've talked a lot about how this saves money. So do we have an estimate, and apologies if I missed it, on Masabi, if Cubic were to do that, kind of how much money we're saving? Is it just the 36 million?
I'll speak to that.
Yeah.
We estimate that our total savings is $35 million by doing this. It's not the same as the $36 million credit.
different 35 million.
But it's,
Okay.
we did reach a negotiated settlement, and when we looked at, again, the contract that was awarded in 2017 was not fully scoped. It did not include all the railroad scope. So we've had to go back and determine, but we did
What would have been
because
that
we were
scope?
in negotiations with all vendors. We know what the cost would have been, and the savings is $35 million.
And the
at minimum.
97 includes the 5-year option? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any other questions or comments? If not, I'll call a vote. All in favor of the 3 procurements?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? Anybody? Okay, the items are approved.
Chair, if I may just note that just because we've acknowledged and thanked a lot of folks, because this, as you can imagine, getting 3 interwoven contracts into place for one board meeting is a very complex endeavor. So we've acknowledged the operating railroads and the legal folks, and obviously the leadership of Jesse Lazar. I also just want to acknowledge the procurement group, Reggie Matella, Danny Young, and a number of other people under Lisette and Lou Montante's leadership. Everybody really worked as an integrated team, and it was a very, very complex endeavor to get this done. So we appreciate that.
Let's turn to, we're all out of order compared to normal process, but I'm going to turn to President's Report. Jamie, since you're on a roll, why don't you go first?
Okay. Actually didn't realize I was first, so let me just regroup here. It's okay. All right. A few other things going on in C&D. I'm sure the board is sick of hearing from me at this point, but I'll just give an update. This week we celebrated the completion of a new elevator and circulation features to make the Copeg station on Long Island Railroad fully accessible. This is the 4th railroad station that we've made fully accessible this year, and we have 2 more on the Babylon branch, Amityville and Lindenhurst, scheduled to open in June. We've learned from our work on the subways, utilized project bundling and design build for the first time on Long Island Railroad to deliver these accessibility projects. I also want to thank our federal partners who helped to fund the work at this station and a lot of accessibility work through the bipartisan infrastructure law. We also celebrated completion last week of a project decades in the making at the Harmon Shop in Croton-on-Hudson. As we highlighted at the committee last year, this massive hub at Harmon is vital for servicing Metro North trains on the Hudson and Harlem lines. This was a 6 separate projects over 5 phases over 23 years as Kathy, the Metro North team, operated the railroad and serviced the railroad. We got this built a brand new 250,000 square foot facility that is the gold standard for all MTA facilities moving forward and inspiring us as we put together the next capital program. We also unveiled 60 new battery electric buses to be deployed across Queens, Brooklyn, and Staten Island, and an additional 17 new bus charge points at the Grand Avenue Depot in Maspeth last week. Lastly, I'd like to highlight another example of C&D innovation, allowing us to deliver better and faster and cheaper. As you know, work is ongoing on the Culver segment of the F line in Brooklyn to install new CBTC signaling. Primarily, that's during weekend outages. This is not just swapping out old signals. The new system requires new compatible equipment in the right-of-way, like interlockings. To maximize the precious time that we have during these outages, our teams are working smarter and faster to deliver the technological upgrades and track improvements with less impact for customers. I recently witnessed the incredibly difficult maneuvering that this requires, and so we have a video here describing how our teams get this work done over the course of a weekend. A full 3 sections of an interlocking getting replaced over the course of a weekend. Of course, the material doesn't come in with exactly a fit. We have to shiv it in, which is a really complex process. You can see just how fast that goes. And of course, then reconnect all of the sophisticated equipment that's on the right-of-way, including the signal systems. Old interlockings get moved away. Service is back by the end of the weekend.
Just let the record show that was not a time-lapse video.
Yes.
In the better, faster, and cheaper era under
Better,
Jamie
faster,
Torres
cheaper.
Springer, that actually is how MTA
Jamie, was
works.
that music playing while they were working?
Yes, motivational. But you know, I will say, I mean, we in the last couple of years we focused a lot on the third track project on the railroads, which was, you know, we were able to shut down at the beginning of a weekend, demolish a bridge, push in a new bridge, get the track back on top, and get it back into service by the Monday rush. We're doing that same thing in the subway system every weekend. And so I know, weekend subway riders all around the room, you get out there and you get frustrated that we're not, running service on a particular line or a section that weekend. And Rich and I spent a lot of time talking about this. But it's because work like that is happening, which is meant to keep our 100-year-old system operating smoothly for the next 100 years. Thank you.
Great stuff. Any questions or comments for Jamie? Rich Davey in Transit.
Good afternoon. We'll queue up just 4 slides, Chair. Appreciate it. I'll just give a brief update. I think some of those track panels, by the way, are assembled by Subway's by the Subway's team, so working closely with C&D. I know, Jana, you had a chance to go out there as well. It's really impressive. So just really 4 things I wanted to talk about. Doubling down on what Jamie said was, the real error of getting to zero-emission buses began in earnest this past week. We were out at Grand Ave Depot where we debuted 2 40-foot buses, all-electric buses in the history of New York City Transit. Folks know we have 6,000 buses in our fleet, and over the next 15 years, over the next couple capital plans, we will be launching all electric buses and testing hydrogen charging as well. Working with the city, the DOT will be hosting some of these pantograph chargers. That's what you see here. They didn't let me touch it because I didn't know what I was doing, but we're excited to deliver these. Jano often talks about buses being the engines of equity, but making sure that they're not spewing greenhouse gas is super important to make sure that equity continues. On subway ridership, the chief talked a lot about safety, and we're also seeing that our customers are voting with their feet. May has been a strong month for subway ridership. We had a record on May 10th, 4.1 million subway riders for 2024. And, last year, 4 million riders was a bit of a novelty. This year, in particular, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, it's becoming the norm. So customers are coming back, as I said, in record numbers. We're also making, continued investment and momentum in paratransit. In April and May, we saw strong ridership and performance metrics, the highest ridership that we've had, COVID, non-COVID. Ridership is surging in paratransit. We'll hear more on Wednesday at the board meeting from our acting vice president of paratransit, Rachel Cohen, about some of the improvements we want to make, including eHail Phase 3. And I'm also excited that we saw strong gains in our third-party broker performance in April, which surged to 91% on time. And as you all remember, we tightened our on-time performance standard. We made it tougher on ourselves, and we're delivering for our customers. And in particular, April and May tend to be more difficult because of the ridership surges, and yet we're maintaining good service as a result of the work the paratransit team is doing. And then lastly, on just transit safety, as I said, the chief mentioned some really crucial numbers reducing crime in the system. We are playing our part at New York City Transit. We're now up to about a little over a third of our fleet. Our subway car fleet has cameras now on board. They are hard to see, so you probably won't know if you're on candid camera. But again, these are the kinds of technologies that help not only deter crime in the system, but also help Chief Kemper and his team solve crimes to the extent those are happening. I think, Chair, I'll kick it over to Q for the accessibility update.
Thank you. First, I'd like to express my appreciation to the Omni team and share my excitement for the rebaselining that we just heard from Jamie and Jesse. I'm pleased that the enhancements Omni promises to deliver will be universally rolled out to all of our customers, including all of our transit customers, and our reduced fare population, which, just to remind us all, over 1.2 million customers in that ecosystem, made up of both our aging New Yorkers and our New Yorkers with disabilities, who are really going to enjoy all that Omni has to offer them. You've all heard me say this before, but this is exactly how we will ensure that New Yorkers are able to age in place here in the city that they love, their friends and families, and their communities they help build. This is how we enable our aging population to age with grace, by maintaining their independence and allowing them to seamlessly pay their reduced fares as they move throughout the city. And as the chair mentioned earlier himself, allowing us to deliver equity and parity to all our customers system-wide. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Mike Linas and his team, as well as our folks in Paratransit, who continue to learn with our customers currently enrolled in the Paratransit Omni pilot, as we prepare to expand that operation. As we heard from Jesse, we are thrilled to be on track to deliver Omni to all reduced fare customers this year. Shifting gears, this month we are thrilled to have started an 8-week proof of concept with Convo, a company that uses QR codes to quickly connect customers who use American Sign Language with live interpreters so that they can easily communicate with MTA employees. This proof of concept is fruit of our accessibility teams participating in this year's Transit Tech Lab, which focus on improving customer service. We encourage all who communicate with ASL to come out and test Convo at the customer service centers at both Times Square and or Penn Station. We're working hard to get as much feedback as possible while we test the solutions over the next few weeks. We hope Convo can follow the footsteps of other successful Transit Tech Lab pilots that help make our systems more accessible, like Naviland's Magnus Mode and the boarding area decals. So stay tuned for those updates, and thank you.
And then lastly, Chair, just want to acknowledge in brief our Transit All-Stars. We have 11 this month, but there are 2 in particular I want to call out. But first, Alvaro, Raul, Mikhail, Joseph, Tina, Chris, Chantel, Roderick, and Rondalisa are here. Where are you? Congratulations for being outstanding. There you are in the back. Well done. There are 2 individuals I want to call out in particular. First is Mario Barber. He is a new cleaner with us, about a year and a half. Been with us, and he, thanks to his fast action and courage, quick thinking, he was able to safeguard our customers and employees during a very serious incident on May 10th. Like many crimes, this incident began at street level when a man approached an 11-year-old girl walking with her mother on the sidewalk. He slashed her in the back of the head and then fled into one of our subway stations, 116th Street. A group of people chased him, and he bumped into Mario. Mario was working the platform, heard the commotion, heard that someone had been stabbed. He jumped into action, grabbed the man, restrained him until police arrived. The man was able to get away, but Mario chased him outside the fairway, chased him a second time, was able to hold him until the police arrived. You talk about heroism. This perpetrator has now been in custody. Mario, you back there? You are a year and a half in the job. He told me how excited he is to be here. We're more excited that you're here, Mario. Thank you. And then Dexter Renee. Dexter, where are you? Ah, there you are. Oh, he's not here. There he is. Train operator on the 7 line who's being hailed as a hero by management and his peers for rescuing a person who was on the elevated structure between 82nd and 90th Street stations. He was on the southbound tracks and was witnessed to be witnessed to be speaking very calmly to a person who was on the middle track. Dexter basically talked this person down, gained his trust and confidence, got him over the third rail and off the elevated tracks. Really put his own life in risk to make sure that that customer got the help that he needed. So Dexter, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Picture? No photographer?
Now listen,
Chairman Haltis, we always have a photographer. We'll do that after the meeting.
Yeah, and you got to acknowledge that we're delivering more service. You and your team are delivering a lot more service, and you're keeping up the high standards of on-time performance as you push forward, and ridership continues to grow. So thank you for that. Mr. Jones.
Just a question. This is in the future. Are we considering electrifying the Access-a-Ride vehicles that we control, along with the buses that you're talking about?
It's like we planted the question with you, Mr.
Yes,
Jones.
I've been working on this.
Yeah. I appreciate you reading what I sent you. No, we had actually an event just about 10 days ago where we launched our first all-electric paratransit vehicles as well. So the answer is yes. We have, I think, about a dozen or so we're going to be piloting out and about over the coming months. But the idea is to fully electrify, obviously, the fleet that we own, which is about 1,100 vehicles? 1,200 vehicles, thank you. That will not be the first time Rachel corrects me, thank you.
Anybody else? Well, with that, turn it over to Kathy and Rob, Railroads. Rob.
Okay, I guess I'll go first as Long Island Railroad's in the lead this month. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. We have a lot of good news to report on Long Island Railroad ridership and operational performance. We'll start with ridership. April 2024 ridership increased by 18.8% over April of 2023, and year-to-date we're at 18.6% over 2023. Non-commutation ridership surpassed the same month in 2019. This is 8 consecutive months we've done so. We also achieved our highest one-day post-COVID ridership on Tuesday, May 14th, with 260,745 customers for the day. And the week of May 5th brought our highest 7-day ridership with over 1.4 million riders. Those are extremely impressive ridership numbers. Grand Central Madison ridership continues to grow as well. Also on May 14th, we experienced our highest AM peak ridership to Grand Central Madison with 26,572 riders. That day also coincided with the tightest split between Penn Station and Grand Central Madison. There was a 59-41 split between Penn Station and Grand Central Madison, so truly exceptional. But we're not done with Grand Central Madison yet. April's total Grand Central Madison ridership was over 1.5 million customers for the month based on loadway, which was the highest since the terminal had opened. So great ridership numbers, and we continue to improve. For this month, I'll incorporate some of an abbreviated operations report into my remarks. So for operations, April total on-time performance came in at 96.8%. That is the highest non-pandemic April ridership in our recorded history. And year-to-date, we're at 96%, which both are above our goal of 94%. Again, incredible numbers and a great job by our operations team. All right, for all you cricket enthusiasts out there, the T20 Cricket World Cup is coming to Long Island. From June 3rd to the 12th, the International Cricket Council will be holding the T20 Men's Cricket World Cup at Eisenhower Park. There will be 8 international matches, 1 per day, including USA versus India and India versus Pakistan. We expect this to be a very popular event, once again putting Long Island on the world stage. Westbury Station will be the transfer point for customers utilizing the Long Island Railroad to attend the tournament. Event goers will transfer from our trains onto nice buses that will transport them to the park in the morning and then back to Westbury after the match. A gating program will also be established at Westbury. In anticipation of increased ridership on event days, we'll be adding Westbury stops to trains in order to accommodate event goers. Protect trains will also be staged to be placed in service if needed. And to further the cricket frenzy, there will also be a watch party at Citi Field on June 9th for the India versus Pakistan match. So once again, take the Long Island Railroad to see this marquee matchup at Citi Field on the biggest video board in Major League Baseball. We ask everyone taking the train to the event to be sure to download the Train Time app for schedules and Long Island Railroad tickets. And we also ask that event goers purchase their Nice Bus tickets in advance as well. Summer is back, and to incentivize taking the train instead of driving, the Long Island Railroad is bringing back their Summer Saturdays discount program. Each Saturday throughout July and August, customers with a monthly ticket can travel anywhere in the Long Island Railroad service territory and also bring along up to 2 people of any age who need only purchase $1 family fare for each leg of the trip. This is yet another way the Long Island Railroad is making traveling affordable. And what better way is there to see everything Long Island and New York City has to offer? And as was mentioned previously, we debuted our new elevator at Copeg Station on May 16th. That day, I joined our chairman and CEO, Jana Lieber, and Chief Accessibility, Camille Arroyo, to celebrate. It was a great event with a lot of enthusiasm, which was well attended, including Babylon Town Supervisor Rich Schaefer, Smart General Chairman Anthony Simon, MTA Board Member Jerry Bringman, members of the Long Island Railroad ADA Task Force, representatives from MTA Construction and Development, and the construction team. So there was a lot of popularity there. A lot of people wanted to be there, a lot of excitement. It's going to be a busy year for accessibility projects at the Long Island Railroad, as there will be 3 more stations made ADA accessible this year alone. Amityville, Lindenhurst, and Massapequa Park are next. I'll see you there. And finally, we just completed our latest grade crossing renewal, this time at Comac Road on the main line, which is just west of Deer Park Station. That's 13 crossing projects completed this year alone. Congratulations and great work by our engineering group. The rest of the operations report, the safety report, and all other information items are in the book.
I have a question, Rob. This cricket thing, I mean, we're not all aware. No, but seriously, this is by some estimates the biggest spectator sport in the world. And there are a lot of folks who are passionate about it, including my assistant. Have you guys got a good dialogue going with Nassau County about that, follow-on bus service? Because you're going to be dropping a lot of people at Westbury. Is that operation in good shape?
We're working through it. We've made contact with Nassau County and expressed a concern over the buses. They're being cooperative. They are adding additional buses. We've actually also reached out to state officials to help us make sure that this goes smoothly, this whole program.
Okay, so I'm looking at Mr. Brinkman and Mr. Mack. To the extent we can, let's make sure that everybody understands there are going to be a lot of people trying to get to and from the Westbury station to attend these events, and we don't want any negative dramas. So, Mr. Mack.
You got it? Okay. Let me know. We'll take care of it, no problem, regarding the cooperation. That, to us, it's a big thing. Okay.
Anybody else for Long Island Railroad? Kathy Rinaldi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also going to begin with a discussion of ridership, and as on the Long Island, ridership is very strong on Metro North. In April of 2024, Metro North served 5.59 million customers, an increase of 17.7% from April of 2023, representing 75.1% of April 2019 ridership. Although April's a shorter month than March, total ridership increased 5.5% over March of 2024, and commutation and other peak ticket ridership rose nearly 7%. Last week was a big week for us. We had the highest average weekday ridership since pre-COVID at nearly 210,000 riders, which is 76% of May 2019. The highest 7-day week, Monday through Sunday ridership since pre-COVID at 78.6% of May of 2019. The highest Monday ridership since pre-COVID at nearly 210,000. The highest Friday ridership since pre-COVID at nearly 216,000. We may not have cricket, but we do have the Yankees. Our Friday ridership was driven by 9,500 Yankees riders to the game, which is 5,000 higher than the previous Friday record, which was during Christmas week, and we accounted for almost 11% of the gate. The weekend homestand also contributed to strong ridership. Saturday's ridership at 130,000 was the highest since last December when we had our shopper specials, and our Sunday ridership was the highest since our famous fall foliage leaf peeper weekend from last October. Let me just segue into the operations report very briefly. Our service delivered rate for April was at 99.9% for the third month in a row. Our system-wide OTP for the month exceeded our goal of 94% at 98.1%. Year-to-date OTP was also above goal at 98.7%, thanks to the operation team for that incredible number. In terms of fleet reliability, our mean distance between failure for March 2024 was more than 269,000 miles, which surpasses our goal of 200,000 miles. We're going to be doing some work on our branch lines this summer, which I just wanted to call out. Beginning in late July through early September, there will be necessary closures on the Wassaic branch. Alternative bus service will be provided during this period. Midday off-peak weekday trains on the New Canaan branch will have substitute busing from July 1st to August 23rd. Full weekday service resuming on August 26th, and we should all stay tuned for alternative service plans on the Danbury branch, which will likely take effect in August. Speaking of the state of Connecticut, earlier this month, our commuters encountered 2 incidents in the state within a week that could have caused significant service disruptions. There was a fiery highway crash on I-95, and then a couple days later, a freight train fire. However, delays affecting our customers were minimized due to crews who worked tirelessly around the clock, staffed nearby stations, and worked closely with emergency responders. So first on the highway fire, on May 2nd, a fiery crash shut down travel on a section of I-95 in Norwalk. The incident involved a crash between a tractor-trailer, a fuel truck, and another vehicle under the Fairfield Avenue overpass, which subsequently had to be removed. Because I-95 was completely shut down in this location, we responded proactively to accommodate additional riders by increasing train service on the New Haven line over the weekend of the 4th and the 5th, deploying additional staff at key locations, and adding extra cars to several trains to accommodate increased demand. We had station ambassadors in New Haven, Bridgeport, South Norwalk, and Stamford to provide additional customer service. Thank heavens I-95 was reopened in time for the Monday morning commute. A couple days later, on Tuesday night, May 8th, a freight train engine operated by the P&W, Providence and Worcester Railroad Company, caught fire east of Stamford, causing damage to our catenary wire, which actually came down on top of the train, temporarily suspending Metro North service on the New Haven line. We were able to open up one track pretty quickly, providing late night service, and by early the following morning, an additional 2 tracks have been restored to service, as well as New Canaan Track 5, which allowed us to run the normal schedule. This happened because people worked through the nights. A lot of people worked through the night, and I want to thank those employees who were up all night bringing service back to our customers. On May 10th, as Jamie already noted, I participated in the ceremony commemorating the completion of our new Harmon shop along with Jano, Jamie, and elected officials. Our Croton Harmon Yard upgrades are now complete, which significantly enhances our railroad operations. The facility now enables our railroad to effectively perform RCM, reliability-centered maintenance, equipped with 12 car hoists, 4 pedestal tracks, and multiple door-level and roof-level platforms for preventive maintenance. The second floor optimizes parts distribution and connectivity between the new electric shop, support shops, and the consist maintenance areas. Completion of this major capital project is a testament to the dedication and hard work of our employees and our partners in C&D, and I want to thank them for this. After the Harmon Shock opening, we made our way down to Ossining, and we were joined by Assembly members Zabrowski and Levenberg to announce that Metro North will be introducing a pilot of weekend service on the Haverstraw-Ossining Ferry, which will provide greater public transit options and enable more discretionary travel. It's something that communities in Rockland County have been looking for years. Program will run from Memorial Day till Veterans Day. Will operate continuously on weekends from 9:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. We're still ironing out the schedule. This will extend beyond our usual weekday rush hour schedule. We also, later that day, announced a proposed pilot program that the board will be considering on Wednesday and later today at Finance, significantly discounting our monthly unit tickets for the Haverstraw-Ossining Ferry, the Newburgh Beacon Ferry, the Newburgh Beacon Bus, and the Hudson Link Bus, along with reduced parking for our Orange and Rockland residents at our North White Plains parking garage near the Harlem line. By integrating discounted ferry and bus services into monthly rail packages, this will significantly reduce the costs associated with multimodal commuting, providing customers west of Hudson with greater flexibility and affordability each month. Rob's already mentioned Summer Saturdays. That's a Metro North program as well. We're thrilled to be able to bring that back to our customers. The staff summary on all of this is in the book, and we'll be going to finance in a little bit. And as Rob mentioned, all of our customary reports on finance, ridership, everything else is in the book. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Hey, Kathy, we can't move off of this by saying, wow, 99% on-time performance, amazing. Acknowledging also that I think having a first-class maintenance and repair facility is part of that success. You talked about the incredible stats on MDBF, the infrequency with which we have breakdowns on our cars, and that is part of Metro North's success. And Rob, 2 points ahead of goal. This is really amazing performance under your leadership, so thank you to everybody who's contributing to all of that. Any other questions or comments on railroads? Andrew Albert.
Yeah, Kathy, does the existing and the newly improved Harmon shop only service Hudson Line trains, or does it also do Harlem and New Haven Line trains?
Not New Haven, but Harlan.
So they have to go down as far, almost to 125th Street to get up to that yard, or
Wait, say that again, please.
would they have to go all the way down to where the tracks allow them to go up to the Hudson Line?
Yeah.
So they have to go almost to Manhattan, basically.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, they come around the Y.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Or they just come from it. And then some of them are already carrying people to Manhattan. Okay. One acknowledgement, it wasn't apparent today, but Mark Herbst has taken over as the co-chair from the Long Island side of the Railroad Committee, and Mark, we thank you for stepping into that role. And Sammy will continue his Mariano Rivera role for the foreseeable future. I think that is, do we have additional, any changes to the work plan, to all the agency presidents? Any changes?
No changes.
No changes.
No changes to the work plan. No motion necessary. The updated work plan is approved. Copies of the April Capital Program, Transit, and Joint Railroad Committee minutes have been distributed and are available at the website. This is the moment when I ask for corrections in minutes. Mr. Albert.
On the transit book on page 31, where the committee members are listed, John Samuelson's name is misspelled. It's S-E-N, not S-O-N.
All right. Let it be noted, Mr. Samuelson is not present.
He actually changed his name. I don't know if Andrew, if you knew that, so it was correct. Sorry.
No, unlikely. Unlikely. Mr. Samuelson will make the note. Any other comments? So absent any other comments or changes, the minutes are approved as corrected. This concludes the agenda for this special joint meeting of the various committees. May I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Mr. Garodnick. Second, Dr. Rizza. Thank you very much. We are in adjournment. Thanks.
what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineers for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. You know, it's a lot of responsibility. But at the end of the day, when I go home, you know, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go to our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off. So
Good afternoon. I would like to call the meeting of the Audit Committee to order. Michelle, are there any public speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one public speaker today. As a reminder, we ask that our public speaker adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speaker that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our speaker is Omar Vera.
All right, it's not much I have to discuss today. Just the only thing I'm going to discuss is I'm hoping to see the Omni Fare card be released for 30-day unlimited. That's what I'm waiting for. Other than that, everything's good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you to our public speaker for your comment today. Next, we have the approval of the January 29th Audit Committee minutes. Any corrections or changes to the minutes? May I have a motion to, thank you, a second? Second. Vote? Thank you. The minutes are approved. Michelle, are there any changes to the work plan?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's one change to the work plan. The information technology report that was scheduled for January is going to be moved to the October Audit Committee meeting.
Thank you. Now we have Jim McGovern, the MTA Deputy Chief from the Controller's Office, who will brief the committee on management's review of the 2023 MTA consolidated financial statements. This review includes changes in capital, net assets, other assets, and operating revenues and expenses. Jim?
Good afternoon, everybody. The report, the slides I'm about to show you here are not the presentation as in conformance with generally accepted accounting principles. Just want to be clear, they're a much more summarized version. The reports that are in your book are prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. They are complete and still subject to any material audit adjustments, which will be communicated to you, if any, in the future. And as I said, the slides I'm about to go through with you are on a summarized format. The MTA component unit, or subsidiaries, are comprised of the 10 agencies you see listed below. One thing I just want to be clear on, of those 10 agencies, 8 have all individual audit reports issued. And I think what I want to stress for the committee is that each one of the agencies has different level of what we refer to as, in accounting world, materiality, right? And so it just adds a little level of complexity. If one agency has something that's less material than others, it affects the whole consolidated reporting. 8 of the 10 have individual audit reports. The only thing to highlight this year on that is on number 10, Grand Central Madison Operating Company went live this year. That's no surprise there. And that's the highlight of that slide. The consolidated statements have not changed. Basically, they're divided into 6 components. The MD&A, the basic financial statements, which are your balance sheet, net position, your income statement, cash flows. The fiduciary position in those 2 arrows down there represent the benefit plans that MTA has fiduciary responsibility of. And then there are the notes to the financial statements, required supplemental information. What's in that section is primarily pension related, more detail on pensions and the OPEB plan. The supplemental information on the fiduciary plans is more detail on the defined benefit plans that MTA administers. Nothing real exciting in there. So here's the highlight of the year. We implemented or reviewed GASB 94 and GASB 95, public and private partnerships and availability payment arrangements, and omnibus which omnibus, as it refers to, is basically corrections of or clarifications of previously issued GASBs. We implemented those two in 2003. There were no effects on our financial statements upon implementation of those. The highlight of the year is GASB 96, subscription-based information technology arrangements. I won't go through and define it, what it says there, but basically what the accounting literature requires us to do is capitalize and create a liability for software that we have access to use. What's a good example of that? Timekeeping. I can go and use my timekeeping application 24/7, 7 days a week. I can go in and use my email application 24/7, 7 days a week. The accounting literature requires us now to treat that as an intangible asset and a subsequent liability. So how's that intangible asset calculated? It's basically calculated by taking the net present value of the payments in the future. That is your asset, and your offsetting liability. Usually in these subscription-based arrangements, the length of term is not that long. It's usually five years, I'll say, because of software. I'll get more into this implementation in a second on my next slide. And then next year, we have 3 GASBs to implement accounting changes and error corrections, compensated balances, and certain risk disclosures. I don't foresee those being overly demanding right now. So let me show you, this is the impact. Again, when we implemented 96, we had to go back and restate 2022. So we went through and we had to recalculate basically payments that we made in 22 for IT arrangements, back those out, and recreate an asset for 22 and for 23. The middle column shows the impact at the end of 22 for our restated financial statements for 22. Basically assets of 133 million, liabilities of 81 million, and operating expenses of 52 million at the end of 22. What I really want to do, because I don't want you to leave here thinking that those are just numbers on a page. There was a lot of effort that went into that $133 million, okay? If Raf was here, I'd give him some credit because we have an appreciation for the extent of his organization, better than we did. But it's not so much what's on that page, it's what's not on that page that we had to evaluate, to exclude items and review items that weren't eligible for this accounting treatment. We reviewed 572 contracts. We reviewed 3,300 purchase orders, right, to make this determination. There was a whole, to give the accounting group credit up on the 15th floor and outside, it was clearly a team effort. I will give thanks at the end of this little speech to 3 people in particular. So, and as we did that, not knowing so much technical jargon, we learned, and we had to work with Raf's team, because sometimes subscriptions and maintenance are the same things, but they're just labeled differently. So we had to go through with the IT folks and actually painstakingly, go through the contracts. And the contracts are, there's a lot to these contracts. So kudos to the accounting folks. And I'll say thank you to my colleagues here at Deloitte, who we had to kind of bounce things by in terms of interpretation. And also special thanks to 3 people, Lisa Tan, Serge Friedman, and Vikram Karecho, who pretty much were the drivers of this. So kudos to them. I just want to make sure we give them credit. So this was, I'll call it the highlight of the year for accounting, if you really want to call it the highlight. At the end of 23 and 22, again, this is summarized. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but you'll see assets of 116 billion at the end of the year versus 22, and corresponding liabilities and net position of 116 versus 117 in prior year. And I'll kind of go through some of the major changes to that. I would say the biggest delta we had is on the cash and investment side, primarily due to the repayment of principal and interest on MTA payroll mobility bands. And also we transferred 1.3 billion into the MTA OPEB plan. The MTA OPEB plan trust, similar to when we make contributions to the pension trusts, it comes off our balance sheet and is separate, it's maintained separately. Those are all part of that fiduciary reports I was referring to earlier. Capital assets increased about $3 billion. There was a lot of in and outs of that, but the highlight really was Grand Central Madison was placed in service. We had a net depreciation of about $102 million on that. And again, that's a long-term asset, so that's why it's only $102 million this year. The deferred outflows increased, and again, that primarily refers to that transfer into the OPEB trust, the $1.3 billion, and pension plan actuarial adjustments for differences between actual earnings on the pension plan and projected pension, actuarial pension adjustments. The plan, just to be clear, the plans there's a year lag, okay, between the measurement date of the plans and the accounting date, right? So if the stock market goes up right now, we probably won't reflect that until next year. So that's highlights and liabilities. Really, I'll go to the second, the first bullet we just spoke about was paying back of the bands. The OPEB liability decreased. Again, that's primarily, it's not due to the transfer because there's a year lag in that, but it's primarily due to change in actuarial assumptions. I'm going to simplify this because it's kind of very complex, but as the discount rates went up, that causes a decrease in in our OPEB liability in the future. Correspondingly, you'll see in the fourth bullet, the deferred inflows increased as a result of the change in those actuarial assumptions as well.
Jim, just really quick, when you say the bands that were paid down, that was the Federal Reserve MLF borrowing. Remember, we paid that $2.9 billion of COVID lending off rather than, be stuck with. The alternative we would have spent on operating expenses and then be left with 30 years of debt service. But since we got the funding package out of the governor's office, we were able to avoid spending down that borrowing, and we're able to pay off the debt.
Okay. The only other item from this slide is a third bullet, whereas the pension liability increased, and I referred to it earlier as basically the change in the actual loss on the market value of plan assets. What the accounting literature does now, and recently, last couple of years, is we're much more volatile because of the market conditions. In the past, we weren't. This slide, it's kind of doesn't tell you too much more than you probably already knew. Is the assets and deferred outflows of resources split up by agency. Obviously, transit being the largest component unit of the firm. And then the only delta, if you look at the liabilities and deferred inflows, is really the bonds and the debt that's maintained by TBTA and MTA, which is causing the difference between the assets and the liabilities on the pie chart. This is, kind of just a flow through from prior years as well. The capital assets just tells you the split between components, infrastructure obviously being a significant portion of our assets, which, increased from prior year primarily because of the Grand Central Madison going live. And then the liabilities we referred to earlier is primarily the debt, and the OPEB and pension plan liabilities is a significant portion of that. Nothing really to highlight here so much except for on the income statement in 22 versus 23, the subsidies and tax revenues. That change is due to ARPA money we received as federal grant money in 22. Other than that, there's nothing really, nothing to really highlight here. The cash flows, pretty much just an extension of what's happened during the year, but primarily the timing of investments and moving of monies between from 22 to 23. Just want to list our financial statement footnotes. There's 18 of them. There used to be a lot less, but that I would say the significant ones we spend a lot of time on are the employee benefit plans and the other numbers 4 and number 5. They're probably, if you looked at the number of pages in the footnotes, that's probably 50% of our disclosures, which probably makes sense. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it today.
Thank you, Jim. Do you have any questions? No? Okay, in that case, we will have Jill Strohmeyer. Hi, Jill. And representatives of her team from Deloitte, the MTA's public accounting firm, to present the results of their review of the 2023 MTA consolidated year-end financial statements. The financial statements will be issued in final form after the Audit Committee review and approval. Jill Strohmeyer, Managing Director, will give the presentation. Jill?
Thank you. Good afternoon. So Deloitte is in the process of completing our audits for 2023 of the MTA and all 7 of its agencies. Just a reminder, we audit these financial statements in accordance with 2 sets of standards, both the standards established by the AICPA and government auditing standards. And we hope to issue our reports final next week. The significant accounting policies for the MTA and its agencies are set forth in Note 2 to each of the financial statements. As Jim mentioned in his presentation, we are aware of some changes related to the adoption of GASB 94, GASB 96, and GASB 99. Other than those 3 changes, we're not aware of any other significant changes to accounting policies or their application during 2023. Throughout the financial statements, there are a number of significant accounting estimates. They're integral part of the financial statements prepared by management based on management's judgments. Some of those key estimates include OPEB, pension, claims, and incurred borrowing rate related to GASB 87 leases and GASB 96. There were no uncorrected misstatements or disclosure items passed related to FEMTAC, Long Island Railroad, Metro North, MTA Bus Company, New York City Transit, Sertoa, and TBTA. As it relates to the MTA consolidation, we did identify 2 expenses. They were related to IT expense and other professional service expenses. There were 2 items that were identified as being 2022 related that were recorded in 2023. The total of those 2 items was $632,394, so rather small. However, because we identified those 2 items through a statistical sampling, we had to extrapolate those 2 items over the entire universe that we tested. That extrapolated amount was $58,495,000. It's an estimate. The only way to pinpoint that number more precisely would be for management to perform more work related to expenses. It is not material to the financial statements. As it relates to materially corrected items, there was one material corrected item related to TBTA. During our audit, we identified a disclosure item related to debt. So TBTA financial statements had originally recorded $766 million of debt as non-current, and it should have been classified as current. The TBTA management team did in fact make that correction, and that correction is reflected within the financial statements herein. During the course of our audit, we did not have any disagreements with management. We had the full cooperation of management and executive management throughout the course of our audit. We have evaluated the MTA's identification and accounting for and disclosure of relationships and transactions with related parties. And based on our evaluation, we believe that the MTA has properly identified, accounted, and disclosed all related party transactions within their financial statements. So we will be in a position to issue our opinions final, hopefully next week. I do have to call attention to emphasis of matter paragraphs that are included in the reports for each of the agencies. These emphasis of matter paragraphs detail items related to the fact that the MTA requires significant subsidies and has material transactions with other governmental entities, such as the City of New York, State of New York, and State of Connecticut. In addition, we'll have emphasis of matter paragraph related to the adoption of the new accounting standards. These emphasis of matter paragraphs are not modifications. You will still have clean opinions. It's just then in our judgment as auditors, we believe it's important for readers of your financial statements to understand that there was adoption of accounting standards and the transactions that are happening with other governmental entities. Very similar to prior years. The only change is last year we highlighted the adoption of 87 for leases. This year we'll be highlighting the adoption of the subscription-based IT arrangement adoption. In your packet in front of you is all of the information I'm going over today. Attached at the back are representation letters, management representation letters for each of the 8 audits that are being conducted. Under the auditing standards, I'm required to share with you draft of those management rep letters, so they're there for your review. If there's any questions post this meeting, I'm happy to field them. And finally, in connection with our single audit, we plan to issue a report to you also dated next week related to MTA's internal control over financial reporting and compliance with laws, regulation, contracts, and grant agreements. This will be part of the single audit presentation that I will perform in July. In addition, in July, if there are any deficiencies, internal control deficiencies as a result of our audit procedures, we will share those deficiencies with you again at the July meeting. Finally, I just want to thank the entire MTA team, Kevin, Jay, Jim, and his entire staff and team for all their cooperation throughout the year. It's great to work with your team and the responsiveness throughout the course of the audit. In addition to Michelle Woods and her team tracking down audit evidence and calling people when needed. So big thank you to you and your team as well. And we wouldn't be here today without the team next to me. This is the Deloitte team. This is the leadership team. These folks put in a lot of time auditing the largest transportation authority in this country. And so thank you to Costas, Patricia, Darshan, Mike, and Anush for all their hard work and leadership on the Deloitte team. So thank you to everyone. And if there are any questions related to the results of our audit, happy to answer them.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Do you issue a management letter as well?
Yes, that we will issue a management letter in July.
In July?
Yes.
Okay. And do you reflect past management letters and the compliance that have occurred since those earlier?
Yeah, so any management letter comments that we had in a prior year, if they're not addressed during the current year, you will see them again in the July meeting. If they have been corrected by management to our satisfaction, it will also be noted in our report that they've been corrected. You're welcome.
Lisa, you have anything? Thank you, Jill and team. May I have a motion to accept the 2023 year-end financial statements and a recommendation to move them to the full board for their final approval on Wednesday? Second, okay. The MTA 2023 year-end financial statements are accepted by the Audit Committee and will be recommended to the full board for their approval on Wednesday. Continuing with Deloitte, we have their review of MTA's compliance with the guidelines governing investment practices. Jill, please.
Thank you. So on page 674 of 678 of your package or your documents, there's a one-page report from Deloitte. This is essentially a negative assurance report that's needed for your filing up to the state of New York. Essentially what this says is that during the performance of our audit work related to investments, nothing has come to our attention that would indicate that the MTA is violating any investment guidelines as dictated by the state of New York. So it's a clean report in that respect. Nothing noted.
Okay, thank you, Jill. Any other questions? You're good. Okay, may I have a motion to accept the investment compliance report and move it to the board for final approval on Wednesday?
So moved.
Second. Approved. Approval. The investment compliance report is accepted and will be recommended for approval by the full board. Moving on, we have Lamont Kearse, the Chief Compliance Officer. Lamont is here with the agency internal control officers to provide a quarterly report on the status of open and past due audit recommendations previously accepted by the agencies. Lamont?
Thank you. Good afternoon. As you know, at the request of this committee, MTA Corporate Compliance continues to monitor the implementation of remediation plans by the MTA and its agencies. So I have a very, very brief report here. So we are currently monitoring over 300 remediation plans. As you can see from this slide, there is a constant flow of plans being opened and closed. During the first quarter of 2024, there were 77 new remediation plans opened and 109 that were closed. So far on the second quarter of 2024, we're sitting at 23 being opened and 33 being closed, and hopefully they'll keep at that rate and close more than get open going forward. Of the number of plans that are currently open, that over 300, there are currently 73 that management has indicated that they have implemented but have not been verified by either compliance or audit services that in fact they have been implemented. So there's a process involved. So when the remediation plan is created, it's given to the business to implement. They say they implemented, they submit it to compliance. We verify that in fact there is sufficient documentation to support their assumption or their statement that it's been closed. Once we're comfortable with it, we then send it to audit services. Audit services then takes another look at it to confirm that they agree with compliance in the business. If we're all in agreement, it gets closed. If not, audit services sends it back to us, and we have to keep working on it until we can make audit services happy.
Lamont, can you give me an example? I'm ignorant of how this works, but give me an example of what this would look like. What kind of compliance issue?
So
just an example.
So it's very broad. I mean, it's every area that's being audited. So it's financial, it's operational. So there are pending remediation plans regarding compliance with maintenance schedules at some of the agencies. There are remediation plans on certain adjustments and accounting issues that needed to be made. There are open remediation plans on so many different things. I can't even begin to tell you all of them, but they are both operational and financial. There are several around IT and making changes to different IT systems, so it could be a variety of these things. Some of them are very significant, and those are the ones I'm going to talk about next. Some of them are not so significant, so we do break it down by how important they are from a perspective of obviously anything around safety, cybersecurity. That's going to be a very, very high level. Something about a minor accounting adjustment, no disrespect to all the accountants, I'm sorry, in the room, may not raise to that level.
Sure.
So it's a variety. So it's a lot of the work that Michelle does, and she could probably talk a little bit more about some of the more detail if you want.
Just to give you an example of what
Yeah.
could get stuck here, we could have a recommendation about a policy, and then they would have to create the policy, they would upload that policy, and compliance might say, yes, you've created this policy, and then it would come to our office, Darren or Phyllis would review it, and they'd find, well, yes, you created the policy, but you left out off this one step, which is something that the finding was related to, and so we'd kick it back until they would correct it, and that's how it could end up kind of stuck here. But this was an actual recommendation when Essentia came in and did their review to help us make sure that we get corrective action and the corrective action sticks, and so that's why it's valuable to do this.
So compliance is kind of like the UN. We're between audit and the business, so we're trying to make everybody happy. Okay. And so the final slide, the remediation plan, 6 months past due. There are some, as you can see from this slide, I always focus on the ones that are high priority, which is at the end. And there are, at this point, only 14. I know there are 15 on the slide, but prior to today, one additional one was closed out. So there are 14 in total out of, again, that universe of over 300. So, all right, and that is my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Lamond. I'm sure you had all your questions answered. Yes, good. Okay. We have one final topic for discussion. May I have a motion to convene an executive session to discuss proposed, pending, or current litigation in accordance with New York State Public Officers Law 105.1D?
So moved.
Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. We will now move to executive session.
Yes, good. Good to see you. Yeah, no problem.
Customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time. It tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight. I pinch myself that I'm in such a great job and have that opportunity to see such great things.
I enjoy transporting people from place to place. It's just a good thing. I feel like I'm doing something special.
I love trains. I love operating the trains. I love being a part of New York City Transit, and knowing that I'm helping people get through their day and get to where they need to be gives me a lot of satisfaction.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains. And it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast, from dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating the train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to
In executive session, the committee discussed items related to proposed pending or current litigation. This executive session was for informational purposes only, and no action is required by the committee. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Michelle for her work with MTA Audit Services over the past 32 years, as she will be retiring next week. And I have to say, I'm going to miss Michelle. She's been the consummate professional. So great to work with you, Michelle, and I wish you the best of luck. Yes, all the work that we talk about, you know, a lot of it fell under Michelle's leadership, so thank you again. Monica Murray, the New York City Transit Chief Administrative Officer, will be joining us as the new Auditor General, and we look forward to working with Monica on future Audit Committee business. Hey, Monica. Now the long-awaited, may I have a motion to adjourn the Audit Committee meeting? Second, all in favor? Aye. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
What does a depot bus dispatcher do?
My name is Veronica Torres. I'm a surface line dispatcher. I've been with Transit for 15 years, but I've been a dispatcher for about 6 months. Being a dispatcher is a big opportunity to broaden my experiences. I like working with people, so that also gives me an opportunity to interact with the bus operators and other people as well. From the time that the bus operators come to report, we have to make sure that they're in full uniform, that they're fit for duty. Then we also have to give them the buses to go out into service, make sure that the service is done on time, that the buses are safe and fully functional. Dispatchers that are outside on post are watching the buses, make sure that they run on time, making sure that the customers are okay, answering questions on the road, making sure safety and compliance is at 100.
We have the yard dispatchers, we have the crew dispatchers, and we have the general dispatchers. And these are all various functions. In addition to all these three functions, we also have the road dispatchers who goes out on the road to take care of the day-to-day activities on the road.
Patience and empathy make for a great dispatcher. Because I've been a bus operator for so long, I understand what it is that they do and what it entails, and I'm very empathetic to what their needs are. What we do is so important as a whole. Without the dispatchers' cohesiveness and working together, the bus operators also in unison with us, because we can't do our job without the bus operators also doing their job. So with everyone working together, it just makes for a smooth process.
What does a bus maintainer
Yeah. Executive session now. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the May meeting of the Finance Committee to order, whether you're sitting or not. Do we have any public comments today?
We do, Mr. Chair. We have 4 in-house and 3 online. The first speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon. I'm David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. At last month's Finance Committee meeting, the In-City Railroad Monthly Pass Fare pilot was on the agenda. Advocates have been calling for free bus and subway transfers to and from the commuter railroads for a long time. No other options were considered for the pilot. The Finance Committee approved the pilot unanimously, and the MTA board did the same at their monthly meeting the next day. I feel that advocates have been talking to the MTA about these issues through a brick wall. The proposed pilot is an insult to our intelligence. If the MTA is transparent, it would not be implementing the pilot until other options have been explored. Shame on you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, who will be followed by Brian Fritsch.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee. Good afternoon, Kevin. Sammy. I will surely miss you once you are leaving the board. But let's go for more intelligent solution for our beloved agency. We know that congestion pricing will start, let's say, a month and a half from now. But let's provide a little bit of discounts. We know that agencies like Chicago, CTA, LA Metro, Sunrail in Orlando, that's 10 years old as of this month, among others, they have something similar to us that's fare capping. But get this, folks. LA has system-wide weekend travel for their commuter rails for a whopping $10 for their commuter system for the entire weekend. If we have something like this for the Long Island Railroad and Metro North, that could be a bargain. Let's see if we could implement this for our system. That could be a lot of people taking the commuter rails, and that could get people out of cars into the trains, like people like me taking the system for a whopping 9 years already. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Fritsch, who will be followed by Cameron Best.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Fritsch, Associate Director for the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. This morning at the Triple Joint Committee meeting, we heard extensively about changes coming to Omni and ETICS and how they will eventually coexist. We understand the path being charted to clean up Cubic's mess while maintaining train time success, and look forward to the day we will have integrated fares. The actions you will take today will bring us closer to that day, with one linked MTA account for riders who opt in. Integrated fares will also allow for more and better discounts, something a PCAC advocates for vociferously. We hope that end use will be seamless for riders and that doubters will be proved wrong. We are particularly pleased that in-house talent and ingenuity will be used. You will also take action on monthly discounts for west of Hudson commuters with new and better service and service options, something our Metro North Railroad Commuter Council has long called for. Commuters on both railroads will be incentivized to ride on summer weekends with additional temporary railroad fare promotions. Coming in advance of congestion pricing, we hope that more people will be encouraged to get on board with their families and enjoy all our beautiful region has to offer. Hopefully, it'll be a good way for people who haven't ridden in a while to ease back onto the rails. You will also take action on a new lease for 2 Broadway, and we are really looking forward to the new options that will come with it. Don't get me wrong, we love Rosen's and will continue to patronize it, but variety is truly the spice of life. That spicy variety is why we continue to look forward to the day when riders will be able to use one ticket or tap or app to ride on Metro North, the Long Island Railroad, and New York City Transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cameron Best, who will be followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Hello. Earlier, we heard from the MTA board about implementation of Omni in the train time app, and there were some really good questions about specifics of how that was going to work. And I think it's still a bit confusing for what is specifically going to be implemented, and also for the benefits that it's going to provide for customers. So I think that if the current plan with Omni is going forward with the train time app, the MTA should make sure that if there are any combined fares or fare incentives, that those are put in place before the train time app, before Omni is implemented into the train time app, so that there's only one transition for customers so that they know that there's an incentive for them to use Omni with the train time app. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, who will be followed by Matt Bucky's Highland.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And we are, we're not happy about Omni today, obviously, in the announcement that was made, but we understand why they're doing it, because the MTA is trying to save money and they're trying to get this out faster. So we get that, but there has to be a paper ride option and a paper option for those who don't have mobile phones, don't have bank accounts. There has to be a plan for those people. And then the other thing is, we're very happy that the LIRR at Metro North is offering its monthly ticket holders the Summer Saturdays promotion, and that the Summer Saturdays promotion is back. That was something Philip Eng started during his tenure, and we're very, very happy that Rob Free is doing this again on his end, and Kathy Rinaldi. So that's some good news. I just hope monthly pass holders in zones 1 and 3 will also get to benefit from this, because that would really, really be great. And otherwise, we really need the city ticket weekly. That has to be done. And I don't understand why y'all just can't have a weekly paper ticket just for the railroad and Metro North and just reduce that. You don't even need a MetroCard option right now, because you guys are working on setting the systems, but a temporary measure would just be to have a discounted pass. So maybe instead of $76, maybe the pass should be like $30 for the railroad and Metro North. So that could be done in the meantime while you're trying to work out the longer systems. And as far as Nice Bus is concerned and Beeline Bus, you'll have to rush to put the Omni readers on those buses, because 179th Street, Parsons Archer, those are big stations, and we need more Omni vending machines, and we need them to work in those stations. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Bucky's Highland, who will be followed by Alita Dupree.
It's Matty David, but anyway, good afternoon, folks. I'm Matty W. Bucky's Highland. Today, I want to speak about congested pricing and the impacts on New Jersey. Last Tuesday, May 14th, the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee met under its chairmanship of Senator Paul Sarlo, considered raising the New Jersey sales tax from 6.625% up to 70%. To pay for Governor Phil Murphy's 2025 operating budget. But, we don't know if Senate President Nicholas Gattari or Assembly Speaker Craig Coughlin will be interested in that for that matter. And second of all, as someone who's trying to apply for reduced fare MetroCard, as someone living with autism, it's difficult with Omni coming into the mix. And one more thing before I let you go, Commissioner Zuckerman, if next time you make a mistake, instead of calling me just call me Maddie. All right, Neil. Thank you. Have a great Memorial Day, everybody. God bless you, joy you. David, over to you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker today is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Still morning where I am. To the chair, Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Holtz. I'll talk about some different things about finance. Can't say I'm an expert on finance, though I actually do have level 1 options trading approval. How about that? I think about things both conceptual and mechanical. Did look at the pension piece of this. We're underfunded. I mean, that's pretty common among public agencies. But I do think that how do we get that up so we can have more investment return to make sure we pay these pensions? And I mean, we are paying our pensions, but it's a long-term structural thing that we always want to look at. And the basic charts of financial performance are looking good. Revenue looks like it's tracking higher than population count. I guess it means we're collecting more money per person. And while I do think that 2019 is a good benchmark to look at because of the disruption pandemic, we also want to look back before then, because some agencies I've seen actually have had higher transit ridership pre-2019, and then it declined. So there are several benchmarks we can look at. And when I think about the mentions earlier about the contactless credit and debit cards, transit was really the driver for banks issuing that. So how can we, as an agency, with over a $1 trillion market value, engage with our stakeholders to hopefully have more user-friendly pricing systems for electronic payment? We're a big agency and we can have big conversations. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That concludes the public speaking portion of the meeting.
Thank you to all our public speakers. Next, we will have approval of the minutes for the April 29th meeting. Are there any corrections? Anyone care to cast a motion? Motion, second. I hate it. The minutes, all in favor? Opposed, abstentions? Minutes are approved. Moving on to budget, David.
Thank you. The year-to-date April 2024 preliminary results compared with the adopted budget were unfavorable by $86 million, or 7%, while the month of April was unfavorable by $72 million, or 27%. However, reported operating expenses were significantly impacted by a positive accounting adjustment of $43 million in March that reverses accruals of 2023 headquarters expenses. Without this one-time adjustment, unfavorable preliminary operating results would have been worse. The April year-to-date deficit would have been $128 million. Operating revenues on a year-to-date basis were $10 million favorable, less than 1%. While passenger revenues were $57 million unfavorable, this was offset by favorable toll revenues of $38 million and favorable other operating revenue of $29 million. As a reminder, the adopted budget includes below the line a farebox revenue loss provision of $100 million for 2024 to offset unfavorable passenger revenue results. For April, operating revenues were $5 million, or 1% favorable. Passenger revenues were $20 million unfavorable, while toll revenue was $13 million favorable and other operating revenue was $11 million favorable. Passenger revenues through April were $539 million, or 28% below passenger revenue in 2019, while toll revenue exceeded 2019 toll revenue by $52 million, or 8%. These changes from 2019 are adjusted to account for rate changes in both fares and tolls during this period. Operating subsidies on a year-to-date basis were $112 million, or 5% unfavorable. This reflects unfavorable mortgage recording tax of $51 million, urban tax of $49 million, payroll mobility tax of $47 million, MTA aid of $13 million for higher vehicle surcharge of $8 million, and automated camera enforcement of $8 million. Partially offsetting these results were a favorable petroleum business tax of $39 million, of which $36 million was due to a 2023 December receipt not transferred to the MTA until early January. Additionally, investment income was favorable by $18 million, and CDOT subsidy was favorable by $5 million. For April, operating subsidies were $54 million, or 10% unfavorable. Capital subsidies year-to-date through April were $22 million unfavorable, reflecting unfavorable receipts from the real property transfer tax surcharge, which is the mansion tax, and the timing of the transfer of receipts from the state component of the Internet Marketplace tax. Operating expenses year-to-date April were favorable by $14 million, less than 1%, and April expenses were favorable by $11 million, or 1%. I apologize, they were unfavorable in April. However, as noted earlier, this result is significantly impacted by the accounting adjustment of $43 million in April, and that would result in an April operating deficit, year-to-date April operating expense of $28 million, or 1%. Debt service expenses were $2 million, less than 1% favorable year-to-date April, and was $11 million, 5% favorable in April, reflecting timing of debt service accruals. There's further information in this month's financial performance report.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David? Did you have anything?
Thank you, David. Yeah, I mean, April is a similar story to the previous months where on the revenue side, you know, we're seeing subway and bus ridership below that McKinsey mid, driven a lot by fare evasion, bus being the biggest culprit. You know, the railroads are doing very well on ridership and revenue, as is bridge and tunnel. Subsidies, the real estate taxes continue to significantly underperform. And on the operating expense side, again, we're still seeing, you know, we still have some wood to chop to get our operating expense down to the level in the budget. So, you know, kind of same issue. You know, fortunately, with some savings on the operating side and the revenues we're seeing out of the bridge and tunnels and the railroads is kind of keeping things closer to overall budget. But you know,
And we're still within the contingency.
And we're still within our contingency. So, you know, it's again, I think it's the seeing where the we'll in the July plan, seeing where we're going to be able to forecast revenues given the trends we're seeing in particularly in subways and buses.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, David. Any other questions? Thank you, David. Moving on to finance with Joanne Feld.
Good afternoon. This month, I am reporting the results of one sale, the sale of $591,785,000 Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority Payroll Mobility Tax Senior Lien Green Bond, Series 2024B, which priced a couple weeks ago on May the 8th. Proceeds from this transaction are being used to retire $525,685,000 of TBTA Payroll Mobility Tax Bond Anticipation Note, Series 2022A, and to refund $115 million of certain transportation revenue bonds. And this sale just closed this morning on May the 20th.
Congratulations. Any questions for Joanne? Thank you, Joanne. And now we'll move on to David for headquarters and all agency items.
Thank you. The first item requests board approval to award George S. Hall, Inc., a publicly advertised and competitively solicited contract for the operation and maintenance of the new Grand Central Madison Terminal and related facility assets in Manhattan and Queens. The contract is in the amount of $420,588,215.48 for a duration of 5 years. The contract includes 2 3-year extension options for an additional sum to be established in accordance with the contracted terms, which can be exercised at GCMOC's sole discretion. Evan Eisland is here to answer any questions.
Now, this is a large procurement, and this is for the maintenance. I understand there's negotiation. Evan, there. Could you walk us through a little bit about it and the background of it? Because this is a pretty large procurement.
Yeah, sure. So currently, we've been before the board previously with some interim maintenance agreements, one for elevators and escalators, one for back of house, one for the one for the concourse itself with some overlap. We've been working for a couple of years now on a long-term maintenance agreement, one operator to operate the facility as well as tunnel ventilation and certain systems that are pretty complicated. A lot of really great work. We have Paul Grether and Serge Leonardo here who negotiated this agreement. You can see in the staff summary, the original pricing for this was more than twice what we've got it down to. We've done a lot of soul searching in terms of what the actual needs are for the maintenance, how often we need to do preventative maintenance, ability to share risks. We've put some allowances in there for capital needs, for capital replacements as they come up, so we're not putting all of the risk onto the maintainer. In the end, I think we have a really strong deal. It's 5 years with 2 3-year options. Unlike a procurement that went earlier today, the option prices are not included in this number we're giving you, so we're looking at approximately $84 million a year, which I hope Kevin will tell you is right where he...
Yeah, go ahead.
I would say, I'm hoping he will tell you is right where we budgeted.
Okay.
So we're
That was
right on
my question.
track here. I'm happy to answer any more questions, but that's sort of the overview.
Sure, David, you have a question?
Yeah, this is sort of a general question. I don't think this got into the committee books until Thursday or Friday. I'm slow.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding, I was filled in very late. My understanding, this was negotiated very, very recently. They just came to an agreement, within the last couple of days.
Yeah, I think that we didn't get our final number until the end of the day on Wednesday, and that's why it took so long.
This is more a general issue.
Yeah.
I think the dates have been slipping. We had an understanding a year ago or something that we tried to get it a week in advance, and that's been slowly edging back towards a day or two. I'm not good enough to analyze things that quickly.
I think it's a fair sentiment that, of course, especially
This
with
is not a criticism. I'm going to vote for this.
No. For form, I think it's a fair point to make that every attempt should be made. But in this particular case,
it was a reason.
Yeah, and they negotiated down the wire, right?
Yeah.
And I think the scope is consistent with what we feel our needs are, and it came right in where we budgeted, which is a big win from what was originally coming in as double the budget. So
yes.
Any other questions on this procurement? Yep.
Yeah, again, I'll just reiterate, it was a great process that unfolded, because the team had to squeeze a lot more savings out in the last week and a half to meet what we have in the budget. So thank you to Paul and Serge over there who led a bigger team on negotiating a great price and getting it within our budget. So again, it's important. It's really important to get this delivered under budget, and it was a year-long project of scoping. And I think we benefited from operating for a year, so the interim operations could get a better benchmark on what the costs were before it went into a long-term contract. So I really want to thank the team and thank the chair who's not here, who really put the pressure on the team to get the price down and make sure we're delivering on budget. And so great work.
Yeah, I think the fill-in chair gets all the credit the chair would have got because he didn't show up.
Actually, I meant the chair of the whole board, but
that chair. Oh, well, he's not here either, so I'm gonna take his credit too. So, yeah. Well, thank you, Kevin. With that, I'll unless there are any other questions, anyone like to make a motion? A motion by Lisa, second by David. All in favor? Any abstentions or oppositions? Motion carries. Thank you, Evan. I will now turn to Jessica Matthew for the second action item.
Great, thank you. The Office of the Chief Financial Officer is seeking MTA Board approval to launch several temporary fare pilot promotions. The upcoming implementation of congestion pricing presents us with an opportunity to attract riders to transit with additional options for travel into the congestion relief zone that are affordable, fast, and convenient. In order to encourage more customers from Orange and Rockland counties to use east of Hudson Metro North service, the MTA is launching several promotions. First, MTA is proposing a temporary fare pilot promotion for a discount up to 10% of the total combined fare of certain monthly bus and ferry unit ticket products that connect riders that live in Orange and Rockland counties with Metro North Railroad service on the Harlem and Hudson lines. This mirrors the pilot announced last month for monthly fares for travel within New York City. Second, Metro North Railroad will be piloting summer weekend ferry service on the Haverstraw-Ossining Ferry. Currently, the service is only available on peak hours and on weekdays. The pilot is intended to encourage more discretionary ridership on weekends during the summer months. Metro North will also be offering Orange and Rockland County residents a 25% discount on monthly parking in the Metro North-owned North White Plains parking lot, which has sufficient capacity to absorb additional customers. And finally, on both Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad, the MTA is launching an additional pilot program known as Summer Saturdays. That is designed to promote weekend travel on both of the railroads. This program, which will run on Saturdays in the months of July and August of this year, allows monthly pass holders to travel to any destination on the railroad that issued their monthly pass with up to 2 additional people for $1 each. So thank you, and Andy Booter and I are here to answer any questions.
Just on the last item, and then I'll open up to questions. And I think is a response to some public comment. Are there any zone limitations on the monthly ticket summer?
No zone
summer
limitations.
Okay.
Any monthly pass holder can take advantage.
Terrific. We love fare pilots to help encourage ridership. Any other questions on these fare pilots? Yep. Everyone seems very happy. Thank you, Jessica. Do I have a motion? Motion by Lisa, second by Jamie. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Carried. Thank you. David, back to you.
Thank you. The MTA Finance Department is seeking MTA and TBTA board approval for the refunding of outstanding taxable Build America bonds with tax-exempt debt if refunding such bonds is determined to be in the MTA's interest by the MTA Chief Financial Officer. Olga Chanat's not available today, but if there are any questions, Kevin can answer them.
Any questions? Do I have a motion? Motion by Heda, second by Mark. All in favor? Any abstentions or oppositions? So moved. David?
The next item is the 2023 Annual Investment Report, which pursuant to the requirements of Section 2925 of the Public Authorities Law, provides the MTA Board with information on MTA portfolio investment performance for 2023. We are requesting board approval of 1, the 2023 Annual Investment Report, and 2, the revised MTA All-Agency Investment Guidelines. Scott Gerstner is available if there are any questions.
Does anyone have questions for Scott? May I have a motion? Motion by Hayes, second by Mark. All in favor? Any abstentions, oppositions? So moved. Thank you, David. Now we move to Lizette with all agency and headquarters procurements for the month.
There are 2 information items this month, both for Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad, approved by their respective committee. The first is a request that the board approve the award of a 7-year non-competitive miscellaneous service contract to continue administering the mobile ticketing program for Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad to Masabi LLC. Included in the contract is 1 5-year option. The second item is a request that the board approve the award of a 5.5-year non-competitive miscellaneous service contract to replace and upgrade the fare collection solution for Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad to Scheiden-Bachmann, USA. Included in the contract are 2 5-year options. There are no information items for bridges and tunnels this month, and there are no information items for New York City Transit this month.
If you have any question on this, you either weren't paying attention this morning and have a very short memory. So I'm just going to assume nobody has questions and ask for a motion. A motion by Mark, second by Lisa. Oh, no, these are information items, I'm sorry. No, got it. It's a script. They said it was a setup page. It was set up.
I know, it's not your fault.
We already did many conversations, many motions, many votes on this. So thank you, Lizette. Information items, David, please take us to the information items.
The first item is to advise the board of the submission of station maintenance billings to New York City and the counties for maintenance of Long Island Railroad and Metro North stations for the April 1st, 2023 through March 31, 2024 period. These bills are based on statutorily established formula adjusted annually by the regional CPIW. The net increase in the CPI factor for these 12 months was 3.673%, which results in $7,279,852 increase over the prior year's billed amount. And Jim McGovern is available if there are any questions.
We have any questions for Jim? Having none, David, back to you.
The second item is the annual review of MTA-sponsored pension and retirement funds, which can be found in the committee materials, and Stephen Rossiello is available if there are any questions.
And all that information is in your book. Any questions for Stephen? Keep going, David.
And the third item is the MTA financial statements for the years ending December 31, 2023 and December 31, 2022. And Jim McGovern is available if there are any questions.
Any questions for Jim? Thank you, David. There are no information items on agency procurements this month. Claudia Rubin and Loudwin Pemberton will now give a presentation on the 2023 activities and operation of the First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company, otherwise known as MTAC, which will be holding its annual meeting later this week during the board meeting. Claudia?
Good afternoon. I'll be presenting a brief overview and activities of our MTA insured.
Claudia, can you just speak into the mic a little bit more? It's a little difficult to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Better?
Yep. Thanks.
So I'll be providing a brief overview and activities of MTA's captive insurer, First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company, FMTAC. My colleague, Loudwin Pemberton, will be presenting on the investment activities of the captive. And here today, we also have our insurance broker, Lauren Gregory from Alliant, Nicole Tracet from Willis, and Chris Rosen from Davis Captive Management to answer any questions. The annual report was made available to you before today's meeting. In that report, you will find the audited financial statement, actuarial report, investment report, and a newsletter on the first section of the book, which provides a brief overview of the operations of the captive. As many of you may know, FEMTA was the first pure captive insurer in New York State and is licensed to place insurance and reinsurance programs on behalf of the MTA and its agencies. There are currently 3 officers of the captive, myself included, Claudia Rubin, Acting Director of Risk, Loudwin Pemberton, Acting Director of the OSEP Programs, and Robin Cooper, Deputy Director of Claims. There are a number of insurance programs that we utilize our captive. Some of those programs are our property insurance, excess liability, terrorism, stations and force, the owner-controlled insurance program, auto liability, and the all-agency protective liability. For the year ending 12/31/2023, FEMTAC incurred a net gain of $82 million, resulting from operating revenues of $34 million and net income, investment income, $48 million. FEMTAC net position increased to $275 million from $193 million the year prior. Accordingly, FEMTAC key ratios, which measures the financial strength and adequacy of reserves, improved in every category and remained well within favorable insurance industry recommended levels. In addition, FEMTAC actuary provided a positive statement of actuarial opinion regarding FEMTAC's reserves and FEMTAC's compliance with all the relevant requirements and regulatory filings under the New York State insurance laws. Overall, FEMTA had a great year, and its balance sheet grew the financial strength of the captive. The most recent renewal was our property renewal, renewed May 1st, 2021. For the property program, we secure capacity through the global reinsurance marketplace and capital markets. Some of the highlights and we're seeing is that insurers have been very profitable in 2023, which has stabilized the property marketplace during the first quarter of 2024. However, risk classes such as rail and infrastructure do remain difficult assets to insure. For the 2024 renewal, FEMTAC purchased $230 million of capacity at a cost of $29 million, as compared to 2022, where we procured $353 million of capacity at a cost of $40 million. Some of the challenges, large property losses, Ida and COVID, and most recently we have seen bridge collapse and derailments. Some of large reinsurers reduced capacity for the year 2024, and some withdrew some of the capacity. Nevertheless, those markets that did provide capacity quoted either flat or very small increases of 1% to 3%, mainly from London markets. And that concludes my presentation. I'll turn it over to Ludwin.
Sam?
David?
I think we're talking, what, do we have sort of, I think you may have explained this actually. In the event of a major loss, do we have other insurers who will step in? Are we buying that kind of supplemental insurance in case it exceeds a certain amount? This is the common thing when we had this disaster in Maryland. I mean, suddenly, you know, one insurer can't handle the thing, and they've bought some other supplemental insurance.
So we do have a number of insurers in our program, 30 plus markets insuring our program. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't get it.
Claudia, what's the total property insurance we were able to procure this year?
$230 million in capacity.
So $230 million is the limit, which is way down. If you look back at the history of MTA, we used to get $1 billion of coverage, and then it dropped to 500. The year before, it was 350-ish or something.
353,
and
yep.
It's dropped another 100+ million. So I think the point is, we go out and market and try to get, you know, insurance from syndicates all over the globe, but because infrastructure assets are much harder to insure, we're getting offered less and less coverage at higher and higher prices. So that's why it's, you know, so important for us to do the hardening projects and the resiliency projects, and to really know where the risks are that we can mitigate. So when it's either storm surge or the heavy rains, we can keep the losses contained, because gone are the days where you have cheap insurance that will cover. Yeah. So.
Yeah, relatively speaking, you know, $230 million of capacity for an agency. We've heard this over and over, but with assets valued at, you know, $1.5 trillion, it's a very fractional.
We do also have a catastrophe bond for, what's the dollar amount on that?
Million.
$100 million. So that's based on if there's storm surge, it's a trigger event. If there's storm surge at the battery or out in the sound, we would get another $100 million payment. And of course, you know, in the big disasters, FEMA has been the you know, insurer of last resort, which we can't always depend on. But again, our risks only increase or become harder and harder to lay off, and it's you know, it's tough.
Yeah, and just, you know, all these things kind of related also, you know, emphasizes why we need to be also paying attention to state of grid repair, because of any number of unforeseen circumstances on our older system could lead to something that could be much more costly if something should fail. So, are there any other questions on FinTech? Oh, yeah, the investment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Lordman Pemberton, Acting Deputy Director of Risk and Insurance Management, also Contract Manager for FinTech Investments. Today I'll be going over FinTech aggregate portfolio for year ending 2023. First Mutual Transportation Assurance Company, better known as FinTech, is an insurance captive with assets invested in high-quality fixed income securities. The net asset value for this portfolio is approximately $880 million, comprised of 8 investment trusts. In aggregate, the largest allocations are to U.S. Treasuries at 43% and mortgage-backed securities at 21%. About 85% of the market value of the bonds are rated AA or better with an average duration of 4.5 years. In August 2023, U.S. government debt was downgraded from AAA to AA+, as noted in the pie chart, and the biggest change from 2022 to 2023. For the first year period ending 12/31/23, the funds returned 5.52 as compared to the Bloomberg Intermediate Aggregate Benchmark return of 5.18. The portfolio has also outperformed benchmark over the trailing 3- and 5-year periods as shown on the graph. We broke out individual year performances on this slide to showcase FIMTAC's performance during the volatile up and down markets of the past 4 years. Steve Rosciello, MTA Chief Investment Officer, is also here to help answer any questions you might have regarding this presentation and the larger BlackRock presentation included in tab 6 of your board book. Thank you.
Can you point to any can you attribute the performance, the dip in 2022, just generally, or is it a number of things?
Which slide would you like?
The one we're on, right? No, the slide we were just on.
2020.
Yeah, we have 20, 21, 22.
Essentially, I think as Laudwin mentioned,
can't
all
see
the investment portfolios, fixed income securities. So 2022, interest rates went up a lot. So the value of all our 5 and 10-year bonds go down. So that portfolio swings up and down on a mark-to-market basis, but it's invested similar to other, kind of insurance.
Yeah, but we clearly weren't out of sync. In fact, we weathered it a touch better than, Okay.
Yeah, and we beat the benchmark, and that's basically.
But the portfolio will move with interest rates. If rates go up, then the value of our bonds go down and vice versa. So
Could you let the world know what interest rates are going to do, Kevin, while we're here, while we're all together?
As soon as I know, I will let you know.
Any other questions for the team? Go ahead, Andrew.
Is it too early to have preliminary 2024 numbers, like for the first?
For the first quarter?
Yeah.
I think it's not part of the presentation, but we do have that information. We do have March 31.
Yeah. We can get that for you, Andrew. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Claudia Laudwin. Appreciate it. Now, your MTA consolidated reports can be found in the committee book. And now we'll move on to real estate. David?
Thank you. Real estate has 1 administrative and 3 transactional action items for consideration and approval. The administrative action item is for MTA Metro North, and it is an eminent domain procedural or determination and findings related to the acquisition of property interest for Metro North's Claremont substation project in the Bronx. The second and third action items are transactional for the MTA and include a lease agreement with Gotham Market Bites Corporation for retail space here at 2 Broadway, and an amendment to license agreements with Compass Group to install vending machines throughout the MTA system. The fourth action item is also transactional for MTA Metro North and is a permanent easement with the Tarrytown Municipal Housing Authority for vehicle parking adjacent to Metro North Tarrytown Station. There are 2 information items. The first is for MTA Metro North Railroad and is a short-term parking permit between Metro North and the town of Austin for use of our parking lots at Austin Station. And the second is the report on agreements entered into directly by the real estate department pursuant to board policy. Happy to answer any questions regarding any of the foregoing.
Thank you, David. Lisa?
You know I was coming with the Bronx questions, right? Can you walk me through a little bit more about, because I've gotten calls on that property for an eminent domain on the Bronx property. Can you give me a little history on that one, if you don't mind?
This is an additional substation for the Harlem Line. It's a vacant property that the railroad identified as being optimal for a new substation location. And we moved ahead with a board resolution some months ago to begin the process, either by eminent domain or negotiated settlement. Right now, there is no negotiated settlement that we're in sight, so we're moving ahead with our action.
Can you give me the address on that one again?
It's, hang on. 3876 and 3880 Park Avenue in the Bronx.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you can follow up with any questions on the property. Any other questions for David? Seeing none, any motion on procurements? What's that? Yeah. Motion? Motion.
So
Ada,
moved.
second. Mark, all in favor? Any oppositions, abstentions? Actions carry. Anyone like to make a motion to adjourn? Jamie, second by Lisa. All in favor? Great. See you Wednesday. Should anyone want like a 45-minute executive session? Motion.